with it, man. It's your boy Rip Jones, Mr. Pookie in this bitch. Probably let my boys put it in the air, man. Fuck with it. Y'all put Rip.
What up, man? What's up, Princess? What's up, Smurf? We in the building.
What up, Smurf?
What's popping? Hey, listen. We got 3 people in the building. Perfect. Because I want y'all to have the first decision on which strands we pick, man. So we got Purple Rain. We got Watermelon Crawl.
I like watermelons.
We got Ocean Water. We got Green Apple, Dr. Pepper.
Smelling like Dr. Pepper.
And we got Mountain Doobie. So what I need y'all to do is while y'all waiting for everything to get set up and everything to get kicking, I want you guys to pick which one I'm going to smoke and which one Brandon going to smoke. And then we going to tell y'all what we think about the strand. Shouts out to Ziggy Smoke Shop and Dispensary. Matter of fact, I wonder if I can create a poll on here. Let me see. I might be able to create a poll. See, if I was on regular YouTube, it'll let me create a poll this month. Excuse me. Man, I just ate these burritos. Them motherfuckers was busting. Hungry ass. I bet. Hold on. I'm finna tap into the channel, see if I can get in the chat and make a poll. Pause. Where's the damn comments thing? Okay, bet. Boom. I'm finna put a poll. What I'm gonna do in this poll, y'all, is I'm gonna put up my name and then I'm gonna put the strands of weed and y'all pick which one y'all want for which person. You see what I'm saying? I think that'll be safer. So we're gonna do Watermelon Crawl. Got that one out the way. Dr. Pepper. Y'all down for this? Y'all cool with this? Dr. Pepper. I'm retarded. Green Apple. How many more? Bet. I'm adding options now. What's the next one? Oh, Ocean Water. This motherfucker won't give me no more options. All right, look. So I'm gonna put the options on mine, and then we're gonna put the options on Brandon's, and then whichever ones y'all pick, if it's something different, just tell me, because I put the different ones on his and I'll have the different ones on mine. He's a watermelon man, so we definitely gonna put Watermelon Crawl on his, and then which other one you want to put? Green Apple, Ocean Water, or
Mountain Doobie?
Do you want to? Okay, which one of these you want to put? Ocean Water, Green, Dr. Pepper?
Green Apple.
Green Apple. So bet we're gonna put some different options on his too. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna make this fun. Y'all with that? So that's the Big 8 poll. Pause. And then we finna to do another one. It don't look like they letting me. So cool. We're gonna run this poll first. Damn, they already on it. All right, bet. So let's see. How many people we got in here? We got 5 people in here total. We need some more votes, man. I need some more votes. And then we're gonna do Brandon's. Let me see. It won't even let me fucking vote. That's crazy, bro. Why won't let me vote?
I'm gonna send you that watermelon crawl.
Man.
That shit smell good though. Like.
Man, listen, I ain't really ready for no weed that's called Dr. Pepper that smell like Dr. Pepper. You feel me? Like smell like Dr. Pepper, watermelon crawl, smell like watermelon, like all that type of stuff. We waiting on Sick and Mr. Jones to get up in here. I sent the links out. We just waiting on them to join. And then we do the ritual and then we get into the conversation. But we're gonna do this thing with the polls first. Pause. We're gonna do this thing with the polls first. So let me see. I'm trying to think of which one I want to bet on. Man, I'm gonna go ocean water. So out of all,
you need a split between.
Hey, you said watermelon crawl. Yeah, we both try to get on that watermelon crawl. So y'all got What's up, CPL? I see you in the building. Yeah, so you know what I'm saying? Y'all gotta let us know. As soon as y'all let us know, we'll start doing our due diligence. You know what I'm saying? I got that good old Rubik's Cube Ricky and Morty roller grinder. You know what I'm saying? From Ziggy's Smoke Shop and Dispensary. I also got, you know what I'm saying, the Cheshire Cat, however you say it. With the magnetic lid, you know what I'm saying? Don't be a hater. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Y'all don't be no haters now, you know what I'm saying? Y'all can go get your own. Last time I was at Ziggy's, he had the ones like this. They had Kobe's, they had Nipsey Hustles, they had cookies. So they got a few of these grinders. I like these grinders because they all magnetic. You ain't got to worry about no threads messing up. Just pop, spin, do your thug this way, you feel me? Oh shit, what's up, Susie? My bad. So as of right now, we split on watermelon crawl and green apple. So we need another vote or something. Somebody got to vote something else. You know what I'm saying? We stuck at a standstill right now. But as soon as we finish with this one, we're gonna do the same thing with Brandon. You know what I'm saying? I think Susie finna switch channels. I think she finna switch channels. So we need one more vote, man. We need one more vote. Oh yeah, make sure y'all hit the like button. And if you haven't already, please share this to your social media channels. Let everybody know we live and that is going down. Matter of fact, I'm slipping. I should have did that my damn self.
Already got it. Share, man.
My guy. Damn.
Yeah, Smurf, you're the only one voting on that DP.
Yeah, Smurf, you look like you want to smoke some Dr. Pepper. Hey, but no cap though, the shit look and smell good, man. Like
it don't smell bad at all. Like I'm just not a big Dr. Pepper fan. If it was Coca-Cola, I'd be on that.
I will show y'all. Y'all really ain't gonna be able to see the shit. Yeah, y'all ain't gonna be able to see that shit. I got lights, but they ain't that motherfucking good. You know, one day we'll be up in a big studio. We'll be able to make this shit even prettier. You know what I mean? So what we looking like on the votes, man?
A split. Look like you're gonna join both.
Damn. Okay, bet. So since we got the polls up and we got the polls running, and
Princess hit that green apple.
Princess hit green apple. I bet. So look, just so we not straight up on this shit, I'm gonna go ahead and go with green apple. I can almost assume that y'all are gonna go for watermelon crawl for Brandon.
I'll take it.
You know what I'm saying? I can almost assume because but we got I forgot the other names. Okay, watermelon crawl, green apple. Was it? Oh no, mine Doobie and Purple Rain.
That Prince.
I bet. So we supposed to put the poll up for Brandon. So I'm settled in on green apple. I can live with green apple. Cool. We're gonna go. Damn, watermelon crawl just got another vote. Why y'all being funny, man? Y'all got to do. You know what I'm saying? I bet. Oh, that's cool. They put the stats in the chat. So we got watermelon crawl, purple rain. And let me add some more options. Purple Rain, Green Apple, and Mountain Doobie. All right, y'all, have at it, man. Have at it. Let's get them votes in. Well, you can't get Green Apple. I done already chose Green Apple. Hold on.
It'd be watermelon crawl, Mountain Doobie.
Hey, where it say Green Apple? That one is ocean water. Just think of it as ocean water. Yeah, we're gonna Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's what's up.
Damn.
Mountain Doobie, here I come.
Y'all on that Mountain Doobie? Oh, did that shit just freeze up?
No, we still go. That's this.
You know that's delayed.
Yeah. Show me with my water.
Oh, okay, cool. I don't know what the hell going on
I
with
don't
this
know why
computer.
that ain't playing though.
Oh, this is on my what you call it? I'm tripping. I'm on the wrong stream. Got me. I had a moment, y'all. Damn. So should I go watermelon crawl since he got Mountain Doobie?
Did I get Mountain Doobie?
Man, Mountain Doobie they own the Mountain Doobie. Here, I'm gonna look out for you one time. I'm gonna vote watermelon crawl.
Still Mountain Doobie where I'm headed.
What up, Susie? What up, Marsha? See you in the building. What up, Marsha?
What up?
So bet. Marsha, you vote yet? Man, that Mountain Doobie is way up there. So bet.
Yep, that's
so what we gonna do is I guess I'm going watermelon crawl and he going Mountain Doobie. You know what I'm saying? So what's up with everybody, man? How y'all doing? You know what I'm saying? While we in the process of busting this stuff and putting this stuff together, man. Shouts out to everybody in the chat. This is supposed to be a barn burner today. We got some pretty intellectual fellas coming on the show. As soon as I can get in touch with them, you know, people be on Black Folk Time. You just don't know what the hell are they gonna do. You know what I'm saying? Damn, it's one bud of this shit.
I almost showed up late.
Hey, man, it's all good. Hey, Brandon extra. He was super on time. I wasn't even ready. I was still cleaning and some more shit. Burritos in the microwave. Y'all know I'm way ghetto. I'm niggerish as a motherfucker. Like, I don't be tripping. You know what I'm saying? And I'm the same with everybody. I'm straight up and down. You gonna get Ocho the way Ocho present himself. It's the only way.
Hey, I am me, man.
You know what I'm saying? But it's love though, because you only want to even be around people that you cool with being around. You don't want to be around no oddballs. Facts. If somebody is deemed strange in your personality, you're not gonna want to be around that person.
Nah, you gotta feel that energy.
Yeah,
for sure.
Energy like a motherfucker. So while we putting these apparatuses together, man, what's up with y'all, man? How y'all doing today? Y'all ready for some serious topics over some serious shit?
A little nervous.
You a little nervous?
Hell yeah.
Why?
Because who knows how the conversation will go.
Man, listen. What the cool thing about the podcast is I make sure before everybody get in tune that we all know that this is subjective conversation and there is no judgment.
Yeah.
I'm open to having conversation and dialogue with anybody. Any ethnicity, any race, any culture. And we can all have valid points, but not all agree on the same shit.
Oh, yeah.
And that's okay.
You ain't gonna agree on everything the same no matter what. So
Facts.
I feel that.
But the most important thing is to let the information circulate. Because say for instance, Brandon got something, I don't believe in it, but Smurf knows something about it that can help me understand it to a degree to where I believe in it, because it might be something worth believing. And you know, we need people like that.
No, Smurf, we ain't talking about no stranger things, bro.
Yeah, Smurf crazy.
You're gonna get us in trouble. Let's shut this shit down.
Don't be trying to yay me, Andrew Tate me. Oh man, speaking of yay, man, y'all see Erykah Badu said Kanye West is a hero, and thank you for standing up for us. That's amazing. That's amazing.
Some people won't accept it though.
Man, you know what? People didn't accept Jesus.
Yeah, he wouldn't have been on that cross, had they?
Now Jesus is the most popular man ever lived. Jesus more popular than King Tut. And that's crazy. You got people that'll fight you about Jesus and don't even know who King Tut is. Don't know who Osiris is. They don't know who none of these people are. And technically, Osiris was a Jesus story before Jesus.
Yeah.
So it's like,
people won't look into that.
Yeah, they won't. They won't even extend their hand to even understand. They say, "No, man, that's blasphemy." No, motherfucker, I'm trying to tell you some real shit. Like,
see, sometimes I'll be looking at it and seeing like, so you got Judaism, you got Islam, like you got all these different religions, but then you got like 50 Christians, like 50 different styles. Like,
facts.
It comes in all the flavors. Like
that's what politics do. It divides you, and politics dividing people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I like to avoid being divided.
Hey man, yeah man, I'm finna get my crawl on. I got matter of fact, I got the crawl broke down, ready to get put down in the get down. I'm supposed to put it back in the case until the apparatus arrives, and give Brandon the opportunity to do his thing. Let him take a tour on this Rubik's Cube grinder. See how he like it.
Smell like Mountain Dew though.
That one. I didn't think it smelled like Mountain Dew.
I smell Mountain Dew.
That's
odd. Like all of them smell exactly like what their name says.
And that's crazy because I ain't gonna lie. The Mountain Dew is the only one that I thought didn't smell. Like Ocean Water got like a blue raspberry type smell.
All right, second time I smell it, it almost has like a nose of like a root beer.
What?
It's like in between a Mountain Dew, a root beer, like.
I do smell it on everything.
Like the sarsaparilla, probably. Like,
I think what happened when I smelled it the first time is that I had been smelling all the other weed. So by the time I got to it, it was all bad. It was all bad.
Well, that's why like shops use coffee to give you something to smell to be able to change what you just had in your nose before.
Facts. Yeah, I'm probably gonna kill Brandon with my cigarette smoke. Y'all know I got to have it.
My wife smokes.
Oh, okay, bet. I'm gonna contact these guys one more time, man. I'm gonna be real offended if they don't do what they supposed to do. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh, this one had a hole in it.
Oh, word?
Yeah.
The case?
No, the weed.
The weed? Oh, okay. Let me see. Let me contact these fellas. Oh, nigga, that say 105. No, $5. What the fuck?
Gonna give all my money away.
Boy, that had me in there crying. I'm gonna cry. Yeah, I'm so fucked up. I'm gonna cry. For real.
Some weed.
Yeah, we finna. I'm finna contact Sick and Juice and make sure that they still. You know what I'm saying?
Get them on here.
Matter of fact, we gonna all contact them at the same time. And I appreciate everybody for showing up for the show, man. I appreciate it. Like this is a big deal for me, man. I'm real excited. No cap.
And you said this Sunday?
Yeah, Saturday.
Saturday.
This Saturday at 1:00, we're gonna have Tiffany Freeman on life insurance agent. So if y'all got questions on life insurance and all that type of shit, tap in with me. What up, bro? What up? Y'all coming or what? Hello?
Yes, sir, man.
What's up? I done sent you like 10 invites.
What are you sending me invites on?
The same way we sent invites from yesterday. I mean from earlier today through your messenger. Yeah, this for the StreamYard. We got a few people in here. We got like 6 people in here right now. We getting our apparatuses ready for the ritual. You know what I'm saying? Everybody anticipating you guys coming in.
Shit. We over here watching a video in my Telegram chat right now. So I'm just gonna stop the video and take everybody.
Okay, either way. Let's get it popping.
But inbox moving slow in the month.
Well, I sent the link, so just hit the link and I'll put you in the studio as soon as you pop in.
Jay, who had it all of my time? Like you said.
Hey man. I'm live, bro. I'm live. Get your ass on here, man. Perfect. All right, bet. So we got King Sick coming. He was on nigga time. I don't know what's wrong with him.
These phones, man, they're addictive. You be getting into them, getting lost scrolling.
Facts. Yeah, man. I keep telling Brandon, don't be nervous, man. This is no different than the vibes. The only difference is we got just a few more people in here to get some commentary. It ain't no big deal. We got this shit. You feel me? We got this shit.
Look, Smurf, I brought a blunt and he wasn't even trying to smoke yet.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, bro. Like, hey, cause listen, I know y'all know how high I get after the ritual. I get super blow, but this shit be like super strong too. So a motherfucker I smoke before I go to the gym. I ain't gonna lie, I get it in. That it take my mind off of any kind of pain or any kind of tension. Like I cancel out and all that shit. So
that's been proven to work.
Hell yeah, they're canceling it. And especially when you're doing lightweight, high reps, and you build your muscle endurance up, then you can build muscle mass. I just do what I did in football. You know what I'm saying? Same routine. You know what I'm saying? Different days, you do different stuff. You know what I'm saying? And just keep it lit like that.
Yeah, I got to get back into working out. I be feeling that. I went from 245 my senior year.
Yeah.
Like benching 400, leg pressing 700. Like,
oh yeah, you wasn't playing.
I miss being that big.
Man, I was like 185 pounds, and I was maxing 365 in the 9th grade.
Yeah.
The last max that I did was right before I got out the penitentiary. I maxed 415. But I know I ain't nowhere near that yet. I fuck around and get my ass kicked by 275 right now. Shit. No bullshit. What you mean? Who crushed who in football? What you talking about? Smurf, you didn't even play those sports. Hey, you was Everybody Loves Chris in high school. Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. That nigga, no, he didn't play no motherfucking sports.
Running back.
Yeah, running back to the house off the bus. Get the hell out of here, boy. You talking about Millwood. He talking about Millwood. You know Millwood wasn't talking about nothing. What's wrong with this boy? Yeah, I'm a John Marshall Bird, man. 5'8". The only way to play, man. You know what I'm saying?
Stillwater Pioneer, man.
Y'all didn't crush us. I don't know what you're talking about. We didn't even play y'all. The only time we played y'all was possibly in previews. But other than that, we didn't play y'all. Y'all 3A. What we look like beating up on y'all? Y'all ain't even got enough kids at y'all school. You know what I'm saying? Hey, man, but no further. Hey, don't pay that no attention. Don't pay that no attention. That's a technical difficulty from technically challenged people. That's all that is. Don't even worry about it. What's up, man? We got King Sick on the line, man. Time to bring him in, man. What's up, Sick? What's up, King Sick?
What up, Sick?
He probably thank you. He probably doing his social media sharing and all that good shit.
Yeah, man, I'm trying to get my people in here, man. You know what I'm saying?
I figured you was working your jelly, man. You do your thing, brother. Do your thing. We ain't tripping. We ain't kicked the ritual off for nothing. We was waiting to get y'all in here, at least one of y'all. You know what I'm saying? So what's up, man? How many of y'all coming to the birthday party November 27th at Ziggy's on 59th and Western? How many of y'all pulling up, man? Yeah, Smurf crazy. He know he ain't dead. They ain't crushing no John Marshall. Get the hell out of here. Get out, boy. I'm a proud bear, man. I ain't gonna lie, I hated high school, but I'm a proud bear, man. I was just trying to be grown too fast. I should have took time to enjoy that shit, but instead, I wanted to be, you know what I'm saying, a Power Ranger.
Yeah, I felt like I tried to rush that shit. I should have slowed down.
Yep. I didn't do prom. I didn't do none of that type of shit. I was too busy trying to be an adult. I was on some whole other shit. Know what I'm saying?
I moved out at 16, so time to be grown. I feel that.
Facts. Up same age. Same
Make
age.
me think about some shit, man.
What? Once you start getting used to bills and shit,
yeah, there's no biggie.
You start understanding.
Hey, bro, I think we ready, man. I can't necessarily get them in on your chat.
No, if you get them in on yours and you sharing your screen like we was talking about earlier today,
that's
it'll be the same thing.
So my chat, you ain't gonna be able to see my chat.
Well, one thing we need to see is your face. Like, we don't want to look at your hairline. You finally got a crispy one, and you took a great picture, but we don't want to see that. We want to see you.
You need to put your head up, bro.
Yeah, man, come on, man. What? King Sick in the motherfucking building, man. Hey, man, y'all put some 100s in the chat for King Sick, man. Put some 100s in there, man. Put some 100s, man. We got him to pull up, man. Let me get some 100s in the chat for my guy King Sick, man. For real, for real.
Trying to get my life right, player. Trying to get my life right. Man.
It's all good. It's all good, man. It's all good. We happy to have you on the show, man. Hey, man, them 100s going up in the chat. You feel me?
Yes, sir.
Everybody came to listen to some intelligent, intellectual, real conversation about some real shit. What's up, Shelby? I see you in the building. What's up, Shelby? Me and Shelby been having a very interesting conversation about physical and metaphysical and fact and fiction. I mean, fact and nonfiction. So, that was a cool little spout we had. We ended up understanding where each other was coming from, but not agreeing on certain circumstances, which is okay. That's how you want to have conversations. If you don't have to necessarily agree on everything. You know what I mean?
So only because it's your podcast, I'm actually gonna put it in there because I normally don't even, you know what I'm saying? I don't do all that.
Hold on, you starting too early, nigga. It's a countdown and some more shit. Yeah, you gotta follow the motherfucking rules. No, put that out, bro. Put that out.
That's a jump.
I'm smoking a cigarette. That's the press.
That's disrespecting the podcast, son.
No, it's not. Don't ever don't start with your narratives, Mr. Intelligence. I'm not doing that.
I thought you were putting something valuable in the air.
Hey, y'all, don't listen.
Them wasn't even new ports. Them was old ports.
Hey, why high yellow niggas always funny and shit? Goddamn high yellow niggas. So listen, how many people you got in your chat? You got enough people in your chat to get live? How many?
Let me see what I got. About 6 people over here, 7 people over here.
All right, bet. We got 6 people over there, 7 people over there. Y'all ready for the ritual? Let me get some 100s in the chat for the ritual, man. We finna kick the ritual off. We finna get into it. Oh, shit. We got to stuff some cones and shit. Yeah. Yeah, we ain't even ready. We did, because, you know, Ziggy's Smoke Shop and Dispensary sponsors put it in their podcast, Late Night Vibes, and also Hot Boxes. This is like a hybrid. This is like I call this Great Minds because it's one of them things to where we're gonna be discussing all kind of shit. You feel me? So I just called this one Great Minds. You know?
Understood. So if people don't know that you know, you live in a state where the marijuana laws are very relaxed, and so, you know, we shout out to Oklahoma.
Took a long time to get there.
It was a long road, but we definitely made it. Thank God.
Yes. Yeah.
Shouts out to Oklahoma, man, for making it legal for us. And the crazy thing is, if you look at the total, crime done actually went down.
Well,
I mean, how many people you want to fuck with?
that's kind of because Oklahoma is what Oklahoma is, and Oklahoma is a state where homie don't play that.
Yeah. Facts.
There's a lot of other places where the police is doing some stuff that I can only talk about they doing on TV, because I know they're not doing that in Oklahoma.
Facts.
They're still pulling your ass over for going 15 miles over the limit and all that good shit and all the extra shit with it too. Tail lights, signals, your shit better be up to par.
Hey, I'm gonna keep it real though. Since I've been back in Oklahoma since last November, as far as like the way the police bother and harass people, it done got real relaxed though. It done got real relaxed. You really got to be in a place where you kind of out of bounds and kind of out the way, and you really move in a certain way. And you know, most of
you gotta be acting stupid.
Yeah, one thing about Oklahoma, man, is familiarity is real common here, because like if they work this area, they normally see the type of vehicles and shit that come in this area. You know what I'm saying? I noticed that by where I stayed on the South. Like, if you ain't from over here and you don't be over here, like you more than likely to get pulled over than the person that got their tag out in a cracked back windshield and ain't even got no license. So it's really more about how you move, where you move, and the time of day it is, whether you getting, harassed by the police. It done calm down a lot though.
I'll probably get pulled over on my way out.
Nah. What you drive? Something new?
Yeah.
Oh no, they won't even look at you. If your car is 2010 or newer, they ain't even gonna look at your shit.
Oh, I'm good.
Yeah.
That's the secret.
That's the secret. You just gotta understand the environment. You know what I mean?
That's the secret.
That's why I drove my
wife's
car.
Hey man, you heard it first on Great Minds. Put it in our podcast with my guy King Sick in the building. What is your podcast called? We Are the Builders?
No, sir.
What's your podcast? Let everybody know what your podcast called so they can follow you and subscribe to your channel.
My podcast is actually called the Pro Black Breakfast Club.
Okay, Pro Black Breakfast Club. All right. And what kind of stuff do you cover on the podcast so they'll know, what to be?
We kind of tackle some of the topics that they tackle on like the Breakfast Club, but we try to attack it without, those Charlemagne-ish type voices, speaking on issues that really I think need to be spoken on by people a little bit more qualified than Charlemagne, the fraud.
The fucking fraud. That nigga's such a clown with that old funny ass cheap makeup they be putting on his face.
Yeah, man, he lost me when they came on the show and he had the little butt. You remember that when he had the mold of his butt made and he gave it to DJ Envy?
Yeah, that's some weird.
Boy, if that ain't some symbolic shit.
That's when you can no longer represent the community. Like I don't.
Yeah, you shouldn't even be representing your household.
Cool, you know what I'm saying? Cool, you do your thing, but as far as you represent anything that got anything to do with us, I can't rock with that.
Facts. Well, man, you able to put stuff in the chat? Put your link to your podcast in the chat so the people in the chat can check you out, man. I've been knowing this brother for a long time, man. I will say, man, he's a walking encyclopedia. That's what I call him all the time. Super intelligent, super well read, super good on history. Like, it'd be a lot of stuff I'll have to stop and be like, hold on, nigga, I got to go back to this because you lost me. So, and it ain't easy to lose me. So, shouts out to Sick and the stuff that he doing. He also got a school that he putting together. Almost. How far are y'all from being done with the school, Sick? Man,
we got 2 other properties that we just purchased. The school building location that we had some issues there, asbestos, and then some facility maintenance issues. So we kind of going back to the drawing board. We've got some properties from the county and the city, or located in the county and the city where this school was at. And it's really one of those things where politics is so important because, man, these people had a county board and a county board township. All right, I'll put my little thing in the chat. They had a county board township little government. So we go in and we sit down at one of the little city hall meetings in this place called Jefferson Township. in Ohio. And, you know, we get to meet the people face to face. Everything's good. People love what we're doing because when you see this community, I mean, picture the raggediest street in Oklahoma City times 10. And, you know, like, I didn't realize, like, Oklahoma City might got some poverty, but it's just nothing like this.
Man, I ain't gonna lie. Until you travel, you really don't understand how rough other places are.
People really don't understand. Like, we got some hoods in Oklahoma, but, like, they're never as run down as I've seen in other places where it's just like, anyway, but so we're sitting at this board meeting talking to these people. Come to find out, like, the guy and the lady that sit on the board of trustees, they have an ongoing litigation amongst them. And one of the guys is trying to have the township pay for his legal defense. You know, damn.
So he assuming he gonna win out the gate.
Well, it was just the fact that he was unwilling to even pay out of his pocket for his own, you know what I'm saying? Like,
his own cause,
expecting the people to pay for it instead.
He wants people to pay for it. You know, you even being accused of something, which to me was, you know, that doesn't speak to being, you know, like real leadership, that you want to actually let the people pay for your legal defense, as opposed to you manning up and saying, okay, I'll take care of this on my own. And it led to, you know, like, the loss of morale. You got people coming in
questioning your character, all that type of shit.
Yeah. People trying to build additions onto their property, put sheds on their property. They're trying to do things where you have to actually deal with code enforcement and all that zoning, etc. And you couldn't deal with basic business. So I said, I'd like to say this, you know, we got something in the next township over, because I just, you know, the government there it wasn't going to be fruitful for us to continue to try to entertain dealing with that, among other things. But, you know, that's one of the things that I realized once you get into education and being in the nonprofit space, you know, we're not selling Yeezys. We're trying to sell people on improvement, infrastructure. You know, this shit ain't sexy when you start talking about pick up a hammer and a nail.
Facts, but it'll definitely put you in a better tax bracket if you prepare.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, the results that you're going to get out of it are undeniable. It's just the fact that we have created a culture where we say things like people don't want those jobs. Oh, nobody wants those jobs. Well, who the fuck do you think was working those jobs before the people who worked the jobs got here?
Yeah, facts. Who you represent these jobs now? And
working them for less. You know, you got a picture, your average American worker was a black or a white male who was, you know, labor, who was working, you know what I'm saying, these labor jobs. And so they probably had, you know, 2 to 3 kids to feed. So trying to offer this American worker less than what the wage, you know, 80% of his wage means that his quality of life diminishes by 20%. But when you give that to a newly immigrated immigrant, that just means his ceiling is 80%. He hasn't even begun to explore what he can do with that 80, and particularly the fact that, you know, he probably doesn't have a boat that he's paying payments on to take.
All right, listen.
There's also a good chance that 40 to 60% is being sent back somewhere else.
Right, it's called remittance. Absolutely, yeah.
Yep.
For sure.
So before we get too far into anything, because people in the chat is starting to cuss me out because we still ain't did the ritual. So look, I already got some hundreds, so I don't need no hundreds. We finna do the countdown, and then we finna get into the ritual. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Everybody, let's go to the moon, man. That motherfucker tastes like watermelon too. Hey, shouts out to Ziggy Smoke Shop and Dispensary.
Thank you.
2016 North MacArthur. Then you got one Southwest 59th and Western on the southwest side. Thank you for sponsoring. I got Watermelon Crawl. And you see what that Mountain Dew be doing to it.
Mountain Dew be strong.
Yeah, bro, got that Mountain Dew. Sick if you was here, you know, I would have one for you too. You know what I'm saying? Whenever you in town, I got you. We got the Big 8 birthday party going down November 27th at Ziggy's on Southwest 59th and Western. I'll have the flyer and the advertisement up for it soon. Don't even trip. But we got Alley Cat processing coming out. They're going to have some dabs for y'all to check out, stuff like that. The dispensary staying open till 12 o'clock, just so people want to purchase and do their thing. And then also, I got live performances from D-Lo, Jump the Godfather, Pineapple Stro, and of course your boy, Big A. You did. You know what I'm saying? Chicken Wings food truck will be out in the parking lot. And I'm also working on having the car show bring they, cars out, you know what I'm saying, to kind of give some people some eye candy to check out. We donating to 5 needing families for Christmas with proceeds from the event. So make sure y'all come and check it out. $5 entry after 7 o'clock, 7 to 12. It's going to be lit, man. So make sure y'all tap in. Make sure y'all come. But back into what you was chopping it up about the 80% and the 60% and all this type of stuff. So like you said, 2% of that 80 diminishes the life of a person that's equally qualified for the person that's making that 80. So the fact that these people don't know to ask or fight for these things, a lot of people get shortchanged by not knowing what they really worth with these trades and not having the proper people to put them in these positions. That's pretty much what you were saying, right?
Right. On top of the fact that, we've had a shift in our culture. People will say it's technology, cell phones, etc. Which is true, I'm sure that's had an impact. But, at the same time, we've had a shift in culture where, like, men now, they know how to do administrative things. They don't really know how to do labor, And so the way the job market really first began, it was women who went into those administrative roles because men were already facilitating the labor roles. When you see women going into the workforce in the 70s and the 80s, that's what you see. So today we got, we just have an immigration problem. You're in Oklahoma, so I know that the people who are following this podcast recognize how the city has changed.
So let me help you right quick.
Uh-huh.
So the podcast is out of Oklahoma, but you got people from all over the country in the chat. Like we got some Michigans, we got some Virginians, we got some Alabamas, we got some Texas, we got a little bit of everything. And some of them come in and come out throughout the live stream. You might have some people come in, stay a few minutes. You might have some people stay the full duration. Late night vibes normally go. I try to keep late night vibes between an hour and a half and 2 hours, but I've had late night vibes go to like 3.5, almost 4 hours. So it
conversation goes.
Yeah, it depends on where the conversation goes. That religion conversation gets so deep, people don't leave. And that's just being honest, because everybody got a different perspective, and then a lot of information gets shared that people don't know. So just demographic wise, I just want to kind of, update you on that. They my people from all over the place. I'm pretty sure your people is too.
Absolutely. So
and for the people on your channel, if you haven't heard of or tapped in to Put It in the Air podcast, you can catch us at Put It in the Air podcast. The is THA, not THE, and we'll pop right up. You know what I'm saying? I had to spell it different because other people copying and all that other type of shit. So if y'all interested to tapping in Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays at 10 p.m., we got a segment called Late Night Vibes. It's open, subjective, non-judgmental conversation for grown people. So we all get in there and we talk about what we talk about. Sometimes it's a topic, sometimes it's just on the fly. But one thing it is a vibe, though. You know what I'm saying? So tap into that if y'all interested, and I appreciate it. Sub to the channel, hit the like button, all that good stuff. Go ahead, bro.
No, man. You know what I'm saying? Just when you
your audio low.
From an Oklahoma perspective,
Okay.
There's certain immigration issues. Like, for example, you can go to any 7-Eleven. You can go to any 7-Eleven in Oklahoma at about 6:30 in the morning, and you're gonna see certain people getting ready to go hit all those good jobs. That at a certain time when I was young, it was a different demographic of people working those jobs, and it was less people who were actually walking around out of these corners, doped out, drunk.
Yeah, that's fact.
You got to admit, it's an odd scenario to look at a state and see its workforce being almost, I don't even want to try to, guesstimate the numbers, but overwhelmingly immigrant, and then see the residents who are suffering from substance abuse issues, alcoholism, and many of them being veterans and formerly fully, employed people.
Yep.
And so these people are now standing on our corners, and in many cases, in order to get those drugs, shoot. I know you always been in the cars, Big H, so I'm sure you probably got a couple cars hanging around the house. They come down, they stealing parts of your cars, out your car. And,
mufflers and shit. I just got some amps stole out of one of my trucks, little bastards.
you know what I'm saying? And so we sometimes look at the crime and we demonize the criminal, right? We know about that being young men who've been through what we've been through in life. And so we understand how we weren't anybody special. We didn't come out the womb wanting to be a demon. There's a set of social factors that happen, and then it creates, personality and characteristics, et cetera, et cetera. So that's where these drugs, addicted people who are then becoming the people who are committing all the property crimes. Not to say that there wouldn't be people who would be high and drunk out here in these streets, but when you consider where the drugs are coming from that the people are even addicted to, and it comes down the same pipeline that the people who are taking over your workforce, you have to consider that to be an issue. And that doesn't have to be a racial issue. It doesn't have to be I hate Mexicans. There's a reason why there's a border, and Mexico has a Mexico, and America has an America. And we have convinced people at the bottom, poor whites and poor blacks who are liberal-minded, that they should side with the immigration agenda that serves against their own labor interests. And so when you see this hyperactivity in drug usage, drug selling, drug smuggling, drug killing, drug shooting, drug gang, all these things surrounding the drugs, and we're pro-immigration and we're scratching our head and somehow it's racist to say that this is where the drugs and part of the problem is coming from. Like, we at some point in time we can look racism right in the face, treat black people like shit, and then let other groups of people walk right across the borders and make exceptions for them to come and get programs that Martin Luther King had to damn near die just to get. So
question. You mentioned Martin Luther King. And I read Let the Trumpet Sound like multiple times. I think the idea of reading Let the Trumpet Sounds came from you, if I'm not mistaken. So do you think is it safe to say that segregation wasn't really best for us, or is it safe to say that it was the best thing we could have did?
Well, segregation happened at a time in America's history where the integration that ended segregation happened at a time where, when you go back and look at the statistical data from 1939 to 1954, Black student enrollment in college was up 2,500%, meaning over a 15-year period, the number of college students was up 2,500%. So if you break that down over 15 years, that's more than 100% a year. Meaning however many kids is in school in 1 year, the very next year, for a decade and a half, it was double. Like, imagine that type of growth happening. And then miraculously, and at a time when Black people are being hung and these other types of things, being lynched.
Churches burned, all that type of shit.
Brown versus Board of Education is 1954, where we integrate the schools. And Emmett Till, the infamous case of the young boy who was murdered, that was 1955. So you mean to tell me at a time that people were lynching Black people, that Black people's solution to their education was to go to school with white people? At a time that we know that their schools were actually, many people don't know this, they were superior to white schools. In the 1950s, in the 1950s, a Black student was more likely to have two parents in the home than a white student was in the 1950s. And the 1960s brings you civil rights, as if Black people needed some drastic change in their family or any of those. We didn't need any of those things. We just needed white people to stop killing us. That was it. That's all.
Facts.
And so the racism changed in that we allowed the same people who caused the problem during civil rights, they now miraculously handed the ball off to themselves and said, we're the ones who get to solve the problem. And it was a sleight of hand that happened. And when Martin Luther King said, I fear I've led my people to the burning building, which is what he was saying there, that's when they said, we can't have you out here speaking against the whole mind program that we Everybody fell in love with MLK. They used MLK. MLK realized he got used, he got killed. Because to have Martin Luther King say that the same people that said they were for us with this movement are actually the same people who are now against us would have got MLK, obviously killed, although he wasn't. And the irony of it is the same people that Kanye is into it with right now are the same people who were behind MLK and were puppeteering him.
So before we get into the Kanye thing, so is it safe to say that segregation wasn't probably the best solution for us at the time? That not being segregated and filing as an independent, what's the word?
Well, that's why he said like not so much segregation, but the integration.
I want to answer some of the questions in the chat. I want to answer some of the questions in the chat.
But I'm saying though, when you take away segregation is integration. Segregation is like a part of integration because you can't desegregate without integrating people. That's the whole point of stopping them from being separate.
Well, we're still segregated.
No. I think that the stuff that he was fighting for ended up being a lost cause because if we would have went in as an independent, what the fuck is the word? I can't think of the word.
Well, like he was saying before integration, Black schools were the best place. And
that's what I'm saying.
What changed though once it was integration that the Black schools didn't prosper anymore?
Facts. So it was better that we stayed the way we was and built that system.
Families is what you got to think.
Well, a lot of stuff changed in the family,
and that's where it started breaking things apart, and people were less likely to go off. Like
so, it's safe to say that that shit really was counterproductive.
Well, the thing is this: when we look at integration, we have to first understand there's a man by the name of Stanley Levinson. Let me share my screen. I'm gonna show you something right quick.
I'm trying to make sure you ain't got no questions in the chat. Definitely some comments, but no questions yet.
Well, the young lady said, drugs are cooked by white people and black people too, not just Mexican or Hispanics. I would actually challenge by saying the Mexican and Hispanics ain't doing no whole lot of cooking drugs in America. It's mostly blacks and whites. They are, what I'm saying is the drugs are coming through Mexico. Now, how do I know this? The largest drug seizure in the history of the world for cash was seized by not only in Mexico, but by a Chinese Mexican citizen.
Let's say China has a lot to do with fentanyl. Like that is number one.
That's exactly what he had. He had a legal connection to what they call precursors for methamphetamines.
To be able to cook it up.
And when they made him illegal, he still continued to get these drugs. And when I say that this was the largest seizure in the history of cash money, this is more than Chapo, more than
it's tons of worth.
What's the guy name?
Shelby, I think that's what he's saying is it's coming in through more than just whites, blacks, or whites and Mexicans. Like it's a bigger scheme to it. I think that's what he's saying. It's not
just Mexicans. We got to start talking about Colombians, Bolivians, Peruvians, and so
X.
When we look at even how crack cocaine got into the black community. Crack cocaine got into the black community because the American capitalists feared that Nicaragua was becoming socialist. And being that Nicaragua sits in South and Central America, it technically is in the Western Hemisphere. And so the fear is that the Soviets would put some missiles and point them at Washington, D.C. from right below Mexico. So let's just cut to the chase. And so the reason why America was even over there putting money on one side of the war or the other is because we were in the quote-unquote still in the Cold War, right in the early 1980s.
Yeah, that was the conflict.
Dealing with the effects, yeah.
Right, the Berlin Wall didn't fall until 87, I believe, 86, 87. And so at the time this whole crack cocaine thing was going on, there is still this negotiation between Reagan and Gorbachev over their armistice, right? And because we are literally living in a nuclear time, this is where black people get treated like black folks. And I tell people all the time that the black community is the foreign policy toilet of America's government. Anytime America's government something for the benefit of white supremacy or the white government, we become the toilet. And a great example is...
Hey, hold on, say that again, man.
I said the black community is the foreign policy toilet of America.
And that's shitty, man.
For example,
That's shitty.
let's,
It shouldn't be that way.
What the fuck?
let's look at
Is it what people
Black
allow?
women go to a store to buy and purchase Black women's healthcare products. She is purchasing these products from an industry that is owned nearly 80% by South Koreans, not North Koreans, South Koreans. How did these and when did these South Koreans immigrate to America? Well, we had a war with the Koreans in the 1950s. And so I could get deep into it, but I won't for the sake of the podcast. Y'all just might, do your own research. But it was because they were ingratiating themselves to South Koreans. Because one thing that the Koreans proved to America in the Korean War, y'all talked about MK Ultra before?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what people don't talk about with MK Ultra is we make it like big bad CIA. No, America got their ass whooped.
Oh yeah, that was a lost war.
We had put that
Fucking Tuck telling right home.
mind control down on those American soldiers, and had American soldiers standing up and making videos, essentially denouncing America as an imperialistic power and condemning themselves, condemning the government. And so they was like, hold on, this is cold ass mind control. Because not only were these American soldiers who went to Korea and got flipped by the mind control program they had there before we had MK Ultra, which was the cause of MK Ultra, because America said we got to have some shit like that. And so we got to understand that these same South Koreans, they had some leverage. They finessed their way into America. They finessed their way into America's economy. And they essentially created legislation that banned wigs being exported from China. They made it illegal. And they made it also illegal for people in Korea to export single strands of hair, meaning it wasn't just going to be no hustle with you and your little Korean sisters and cousin and family cutting your hair off and sitting over here. All hair had to be processed, which essentially was like an elitism game where you cut everybody else out, you know what I'm saying, where only the top families in that South Korean region would go be able to prosper. So, this is the type of foreign policy thing that happens where America is trying to ingratiate South Koreans to gain intelligence and to win people to America's side in the war, and brought these people here. And they had an agenda for them. They didn't have an agenda for Black people. They crushed them. Shit, we've been trying to kill them niggas for 100 years. Shit, do what you do. And when they realized again during segregation, you could have never brought Koreans to our community and let them own and control our stores, right? You could have never done that. Under the integration, you can. So to your point earlier, you was absolutely right. And also, not only that, one second, let me grab my cord to my laptop. And not only that, in this situation, you also have to consider how integration allows for these people to come in and then control the economics of our community. And so this is the real detriment of, that's the reason why I say that the Black community is the foreign policy toilet of America, is because America goes abroad. They go to places like Afghanistan. Afghanistan falls and crumbles. We need $8 billion worth of military equipment over there. And then we bring Afghanis over to America, give them $40-something billion. Meanwhile, Ice Cube is getting cussed out on TV because he had the nerve to have a deal with or sit down with Donald Trump about $500 billion. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, damn, y'all are giving people money who are literally disloyal to America, whilst Black people is over here getting bopped upside the motherfucking head just for being a goddamn Black American. And so it's just the most hilarious.
And you know what? And just to be fair, there is a class of whites that they keep in this demographic too, just for the numbers.
But I mean, there's always going to be a certain number of whites that get left behind.
Yeah, for sure.
Because when you study the Europeans who came from England, we're talking about a very warlike people. Sometimes we underestimate these white people. And sometimes we got to, we really got to look at history. And I'm not saying we got to celebrate white folks to some degree because they kill us. But one thing we do have to do is we got to go back and look back, and we got to see they didn't just come in and be negotiating with motherfuckers. They were very non-negotiable motherfucking people. And they took what they wanted. And so, but there's a crazy thing that's happening now is that same group of whites, they're getting their ass handed to them.
Yeah.
But not by the righteous people, though.
No.
Not by like Black people who would actually deserve to be like kicking white people's ass right now for the historical crimes. The funny part about it is there's a guy by the name of Theodore Hegel, if I'm saying his first name right, Hegel. And basically what he has is a system that I will break down for you. It's called problem, reaction, solution. And so it's called Hegelianism. And so Hegelianism has been mixed with Marxism, right? And what Marxism is basically critical theory. And critical theory is just where you criticize everything with no intent to like try to fix it or repair it.
No, you're not change nothing.
Just use the critique of things, and that's your politics. That's why black community sit out here just, talking about, man, we've been voting for so long, we ain't got nothing. Because we've been duped into a system where it appears that these are our friends, the Democrats, because they're always criticizing white supremacy. But it's those same Democrats who never do anything about white supremacy.
And who also put us in predicaments to where our communities are impoverished.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we signed things like the 1994 crime bill Joe Biden was responsible for under the Bill Clinton, in the Bill Clinton White House. We could talk about Barack Obama's policies of quantitative easing and how Barack Obama made 1.1 million new millionaires, and less than 0.2% of those were black, like he said he was. And so when you have a man come into office and take 99.8% of another group of people, other groups of people to make them wealthy, and you still got pictures of Barack Obama at your house, something is wrong with you.
Yeah, it's a whole bunch of shit in people's houses, ain't in my house. I ain't with the funnies. It's a lot of funny stuff, and then like you said, it be all kind of hidden agendas and schemes and shit going on behind the scenes. And the only way that you will even understand them is if you take the time to understand them. And if you're so busy with trying to survive, you don't take the time to understand them. So anybody get voted. What they say, secret empires?
Smurf, the only person you can trust is yourself.
Facts.
You can't trust yourself. Don't even say that.
I trust me. I don't give a fuck what y'all talking about. Yeah, I done did enough untrusting of myself and being put in gambling situations to where I critically think about stuff before I move. You know what I'm saying? To where I used to just move. You know that, if anybody. I
would have never gotten the trouble I did had I actually listened to myself.
And see,
I told myself, I knew what was going down.
For sure.
Avoided it anyways. Because I should have trusted myself.
Facts.
Yeah, so this is a good book right here, man.
I'm going to check it out.
Yeah, what's that say? Father Empires?
Secret Empires.
Secret Empires. Y'all make sure to check that book out, man. The Deep State. Huh. So given that you just put that book up, what is your observation of Trump in comparison to what other people say?
Are you ready for this?
Hell yeah.
See, the thing about Trump is that Trump is the lone individual who they've been asking Trump about being a president way longer than he gave a damn about being a president.
Facts.
I've seen the Oprah in the 90s.
Being the president to Donald Trump has never been like, that's a goal. But what Donald Trump said when talked about and asked about being a president, he talked about trade in Asia. He talked about the inequity of the trade in Asia, which I think is a very fair conversation when you consider that America is the home to damn near every technological device that you can imagine or think of, but you cannot look at cities in America that are built around mothers and fathers who got good ass jobs at the factories to make the shit America has invented. These are very common sense solutions to our society. Our society the politicians are not the people who solve the problems. They're the people who create them. And as soon as people realize that the politicians are not there to solve the problems, the politicians are strictly there to cause the problems, particularly if, and this is where people are going to go real berserk, if those politicians are on the left. Because leftism is Marxism. Marxism is critical theory. Critical theory is communism. communism and socialism. Socialism says EBTs, Section 8, housing, mass transfer, affordable housing, access to health care. That's Marxism, socialism in your face. They're not coming to the black community saying anything about entrepreneurship or doing what we're doing, which is career technical education to teach you how to swing a hammer so you can be an architect or an engineer. We're 43rd in the world producing goddamn engineers. So engineers solve problems last time I checked. So anybody who's got the type of wealth and the history that America has, surely we've got people who are intelligent enough, who are on Capitol Hill, who understand, hey, when you're not producing engineers, you're probably allowing problems to mount up throughout your society, which that has a moral decay when people look around their communities and see their communities are depressed, they beat down. You turn on CNBC or CNN, they'll show you pictures of China, and you can walk through the city and the doors open. You don't got to open them. It's computers and everywhere, flat screen, laptop, and cars driving themselves. They just, we love China. Everything good, nice and new, brand new. Whoosh. With a Louis bag and some Dolce & Gabbana with an iPhone and some Ray-Ban glasses. Like, I mean, it's just like, you see.
But don't a lot of that got to do with the culture too, though, not just the economy? Because their cultures are more intact than what you would have in the melting pot in America.
Their culture is vastly overrated. Now let me say this. We're talking about a people that just 100 and some odd years ago, the entire damn their government was high on opium.
Yeah.
William Jardine. Look it up. Jardine. You talk about big dope dealer. You thought you was a dope dealer? He wasn't William Jardine. He literally took all the silver, damn near that was in the treasury, what they at that time called the Great Celestial Empire, and it left on a ship with the white man. So this is what they call the 100 years shame in China. And so we can't sit here and say that they got some great culture.
But we can't call the
opium. Now let me just say this also.
But hold on, before you get into that, just because cultures have their bad marks, I guess you could say, just because things have happened that wasn't exactly for the good. I mean, we got to agree that the culture in these other countries is more intact than it is in America, because America is such a melting pot of different cultures. You don't really have a culture here. So people like us, the only culture that we know is the random culture that we've been introduced to for all these years, because this is all we know, to where they've been living like they've been living for a long time.
Yeah, you can't compare it.
Now let me show you.
You can't. Yeah.
Have you ever seen something, a nice glass sculpture that looks good? Now let me be the sledgehammer to beat up your little glass swan.
All right, sledgehammer.
Now, what is the political system of China? This great old empire. What is it called? Is it Chineseism? Is it Mandarinism? No, I got it. It's ancient Chinese words that we can't even pronounce. Or is it Marxism? Communism. So tell me, since there's such great old culture, then surely they've got their own political system because they've got some great culture. Please tell me, what's their political system, Mr. Big A? Put it in the air, podcast, sir.
So, and that's cute. That's cute that's the energy.
Is it like that Chineseism? You like that?
Let me have my little time, please, sir. Thank you. That was so far from the point I was making. So yes, you did make a valid point, and yes, I didn't say that what you were saying was wrong. What I was saying is, in comparison to the confusion in our country, the fact that they do fall pretty much under one system is a little more intact than the melting pot of systems that we got, because this is the reason why we're having these conversations now, and the reason why the predicament of different groups of people is so different in America. It's because you're talking about different groups of people versus just a country of one people.
Well, they killed like millions and millions of Chinese people in order to install the system of communism socially. They're not under one system because they got some good culture.
And the CCP is not old. Like the CCP is a very young.
Side of his own people.
It's not feudal times.
I feel what you're saying, but how does that make it any different? All I'm saying is
it is not so.
they know more. They know more about their history than we know about our history.
Say what?
They know more about their history than we know about our history. They're not dealing with they're not dealing with single parent mother homes and stuff like that like we dealing with over here. It's a lot of positives to whatever they have. Not saying that it's perfect. I'm just saying that in comparison to the Jungle Book of shit we got going on in America, it would be ideal.
Now let me take you back. I just told you that in 1950s, a black student was more likely to have two parents in the home than was a white student. Now let's pause. This is nearly 100 years from slavery. We know what the enslavement of African people in this country, indigenous people in this country, did to the family. But yet and still, here we are, 100 years into having quote unquote freedom.
Liberty. We never got freedom. We got liberty. We got liberty. We didn't get freedom.
Understand?
There's a difference.
But the family and the concept of the family, not only in the minds of the people, but also in the families themselves. When you look and you see that these families were not divided. You understand?
I understand, but hold on. It's something very important that I want that we got to clear up about something you just said.
And we're talking about people who are completely devoid of culture, coming from anything that you would consider to be culture, but they still had the sense to have family. So when we attribute that to the Chinese, I want you to understand. Again, I would caution you to look at that not necessarily as any culture that we haven't had or shown in this country.
So to be fair, what you just said, the sentence that you just said, if we're talking about freedom, that's a completely different conversation than if we're talking about liberty. For those who don't understand the difference, freedom is freedom to do whatever you want to do. Liberty is freedom to do. No, freedom is allowed. Yeah, freedom is liberty to do what I allow you to do. Right. So under the circumstances, if we're talking about liberty, which is what we got because we didn't get freedom, we are in a position to do what they allow us to do until we are granted freedom. Why ain't nobody fighting for freedom? Because as long as you under liberty, you can complain about shit, but you still under their system, under their rule, and you're able to do what they allow you to do.
Freedom means Freemason.
But I was speaking in the sense of what we was talking about. We was talking about you had said that they was doing something for the freedom that they received, but they never received it. They only got liberty. Right? Is that wrong?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you're right.
So if they only got liberty and they expecting benefits of something they expecting benefits of freedom, wouldn't that constitute that it would be better to be up under the same system for a lifetime and know your history and know your background and know your people and know your lineage versus being like motherfucking niggas in America to where most of us don't even understand that some of us was already here?
But how can you dissertate what is fact? Like saying China because they know their history, but being part of the Communist Party, think of like North Korea. Like literally they think Kim Jong-un was like eagled every hole on 18 holes of golf. Like that dude invented tortillas. Like
that's the real smart dude, right? The one that they said
North Korea, like so Kim Jong-il is the one now. Kim Jong-un was one before, I think.
Oh, okay. Like, so it was a few of them.
Like they've had complete control since the Korean War. We ran away and North and South split up.
Okay. But
which they make up like the history. So if you said North Korea, like they've got good values, they take care of their family, they know their history, but their history is just based on what the government tells them it is. So do you take everything your government tells you to be fact of your history? Like you said, there were some that were already here.
Facts. But you got black people that still don't know it was black people that was already here. And it's 2023.
There's lots of people here. There's lots of people already everywhere around
Facts.
the world.
Yeah, these lands was already populated. You muted, Sid.
I don't think there's a lot of people who still don't know. I think
there is.
There's a lot. In Oklahoma, I know a lot.
Man, bro, start watching these other people's podcasts and these other people's live forums. There's a lot of people that get that information.
But ignorance is bliss.
They know.
it's still a lot of people that don't know Albert Einstein wasn't a white man. So you got to be realistic. Like, I know in the groups and the circles that you used to dealing with, like, some of this stuff don't have to be disclosed because it's already like-minded and understood information. But this day and age, like, you got to super explain stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, I literally got into it with a Christian man on this podcast because this man told me the council and Nicaea didn't exist, and that the books of the Bible weren't voted on. So you know what I'm saying? But this is information that where if you in them realms of information, it's nothing for you to have that information, and it's like it almost becomes common sense to you because this is like, come on, bro. You don't even have to remember all the details, but you know enough of the information to where you done made a decision about it.
I talked to a dude that said he was a Khazarian Jew and he didn't know who King Bulan was.
And you know what? To me, that sounds Chinese. But he's supposed to know that. You see what I'm saying? He's supposed to know that. That's how lost people are in America. Like they will, man, listen, people will start making up shit and adding it to history and try to make you believe it. And then you got to sit up here and decipher whether what they're giving you is factual information or if it's just somebody else trying to lead a cult. So that's why I say, like, it'd be little bitty details about whether we talking about freedom or we talking about liberty. You know the difference. So when you say it, I know what you mean. But somebody who don't know that there's really a technical difference between liberty and freedom, they could hear something, and the fact that they think in freedom, the narrative can stick. But when you think of liberation, you think in liberty, you looking at it in a completely different way because the construct changes. You know what I'm saying? All they did is incorporate economic slavery after segregation and civil rights and all that shit. That's all they did. And what we live in now is economic slavery. That's how I feel. That's my opinion. So it's like, it's not a different system. The system just changed. That's like before, we was talking about the Willie Lynch letters the other day. Before the Willie Lynch letters, they did slavery one way. After the Willie Lynch letters, they did slavery a different way. It was almost like they upgraded from the iPhone 14 to the iPhone 16.
Well, white supremacy has gone through different phases. It's gone through establishment phase, which is, we know what that is. We shouldn't have to go through that. Then it goes through its expansion phase, which is, in stretching its empire across different countries, different land masses, different states, different regions. And then it goes into its refinement stage, which has been in a refinement stage for a while since post-slavery. And, I've done the research to go in and really, I can show how the college education was described and created in such a way as the college education for an African-American person is not necessarily the way to go. Now, if you want to go be a doctor, a lawyer, or something, that's great. But the fact that we've literally got more Black people who are graduating with business administration degrees than we have less Black people who actually own businesses, what can you do with a degree except be working for somebody else? But you got a business degree, but you're not in business for your people. And as sad as that sounds, that we have to put some priority on ourselves, we also then have to turn around and look and say, look at what we provide to the world. Look at all the shoes that's named after all these brothers. Every year when school shopping starts, mamas and daddies ain't saying nothing but a whole bunch of, we're going to get them Dion's, we're going to get them Steph Curry's, we're going to get them LeBron's, you're going to get them Michael's, you're going to get those. And so, but we don't have the generational wealth. We don't have the factories. We don't have the ownership in the what you call the market share in those industries that we should have. And so, let me make this last point. I think it's not so much as economic slavery as it is economic socialism. And we've fallen and bitten for this socialism that's been given to us by the system, right? And so because the system has given us this economic socialism, I think it is, something that we have to pay very close attention to, because I think that sometimes we look at what's happened, particularly since integration, and we think it was integration that did it, or we think it was the Democrats that did it. And I clearly want people to understand, no, ladies and gentlemen, it was called socialism. That's what those programs where I was going to share my screen. I was going to show you a man by the name of Stanley Levinson, and I was going to show you a gentleman who actually wrote letters and speeches for Dr. Martin Luther King.
So, question: explain how it's socialism. I'm not disputing it. I'm saying explain how it's socialism.
Right. Well, socialism and Marxism operate in a certain dynamic, right? And so when Karl Marx wrote his Das Kapital, what Karl Marx thought is that the workers were going to eventually revolt from the capitalists, thereby causing a revolt, an uprising. Because you have to have, in order to have a revolt, what it said is you have to have an uprising. And so he was trying to get that uprising. So, nevertheless, it didn't work. It failed. World War I showed that the workers actually went to work at the little union, factories in their countries. They got those little jobs, and when they went home, they bought coffee makers and they bought cars. And then we were in the Industrial Revolution, where during World War I, when people took those jobs, they were actually able to buy luxuries that hadn't existed in their parents' lifetime. And what did that mean? Well, that meant for Karl Marx that he was wrong, because hold on a second. Karl Marx predicted. Thank you. Karl Marx predicted that the workers would control. And so going further, after this, what they realized is that in order to cause this revolution that they needed to have socialism, which is when the workers strike against the capitalists and take the system from capitalism to socialism, where then the workers are now in charge. And so if you know what happened in Russia, they had the Bolshevik Revolution, where they went in and assassinated and killed and murdered all the people who actually knew how to run all the factories and all the businesses in Russia. So they essentially took their system of capitalism and.
But that ain't how it is in America, though. You got unions and stuff like that, but the workers don't. The workers don't really run nothing in America.
Well, the thing is that. Let me see.
Unions are supposed to be of the workers.
Yeah, they're supposed to be of
have a power.
Yeah, see, that's what he's saying.
No.
He was saying that he thinks it would be socialism.
Yeah,
because
I've read that. Yeah, understanding how.
No, I haven't read that one.
It's socialism. You're not wrong.
No, I'm
it is utilizing, but it's to give you this illusion that you have power, when really they're just tied in with the people who are running it to keep it from failing.
But what keeps these people in their social classes is the economics. It's the tax brackets. It's the limited income, the cost of living, stuff like that. That's why I say economic slavery. And I was really trying to point out how the way we live now would be socialism, if that's what socialism is, because right now it's more about tiers. Like they got people broke down in how much money you make and how much money you're allowed to make and the demographic you are and the place where you stay at and stuff like that. Like everything has a ceiling on it, and it's all in the economy. Like, and then it affects what you can purchase versus where you can afford to live. So that's why I was saying it's economic slavery, because like another dude explained it when I seen it on his channel. He was saying, matter of fact, it was Andrew Tate. He was like, the way the system works, like when you were a slave, you worked to eat and you worked for shelter, and that was it. You know what I'm saying? And if you didn't work, there was consequences. Same thing with the life today, except they're not hitting you with a whip. Instead, they're hitting your pocket or limiting what you can make hourly.
Or putting you on the street.
Or denying you health care or whatever the situation may be, or putting you in the penitentiary. They doing other things. Those are the consequences of the slavery we have now. And the people that survive and are able to at least try to help build through the lineages, the best thing they can do is try to help the next generation, because they stuck where they at. This is like talking about our grandmas, where Papa went and worked at the factory and Grandma took care and Nana took care of all the kids at the house. That type of difference in living situation. That's why I said, for me, not saying that socialism is not a part of the life that we live today, but our economic denominations is what really be putting us in the brackets that we in and keeping us in them. You know what I'm saying?
Let me say this. So here's what I got right here.
Just my opinion. Oh yeah, man. Producer Jay in the building, y'all. Man, he made it, man. Shouts out to Juice. He up in this thing, man. As soon as he get a chance, he gonna get back on the screen. I think he was just letting us finish our thoughts. My bad, bro. I should have introduced you when I brought you in. Go ahead, bro.
No, so I got here a lecture that I have. It's called "Mind Your Black Business." Is the next name of this lecture. I've given it a few times.
What's up, Jose? I see you in the building.
And so, when we say economic slavery, what I got here in this lecture is quite a few cases and examples of, even during slavery, we can see through using money to free families from the time we got off the slave ship was to help black people free themselves from slavery. Even while enslaved, we were competitive with whites. The vicious laws that allowed whites to take your property, and these laws were designed to make blacks not even want to make money or invest in our freedom. That's the Maryland Law of 1665, Calvert versus Wynn, South Carolina Law 1722, and the Slave Code of 1722. And so there are so many stories in
Marcus Moore in the building. I see you, boy. What's up, Marcus? Go ahead.
So many stories in antebellum America where you see that the first thing black people would do when they got free was they would work their ass off to go buy one of their family members to get out of slavery. So what I'm saying is this.
So before you go any further, black people never got free.
Let me make this point. And so during this time of enslavement, black people had the sense to use money, capital, strictly for the liberation of their brothers and sisters, family member, wives, and husbands. They didn't dilly-dally and go out and buy chains and ladies' shoes. The first thing they did with money, the whole motivation behind them working as hard as they did was literally to get the freedom of their family member, right? And so we're talking about it in a time where not all whites could actually even afford a slave. So this brings in even more kind of like, damn, that's a little bit more significant than we really say in history. There were whites who worked, who could not afford themselves to have a slave, where they could have exponentially grown whatever little trade it is that they had. So the fact that formerly enslaved people were able to come out and make so much money that they were able to buy these enslaved Africans from their slave owners, knowing that when they bought them, it was kind of the end of slavery. But if a white person was to sell their slave to another white person, then that person might breed slaves and they might have 20 or 30 next year to sell back to you. And so they knew that these weren't the best deals for the continuance of the system of slavery. And so it's just, the point is the consciousness of the people was to use economics for their freedom. Now, when you look at it post-1960 and post-integration, you can't say the same thing. We can look at the amount of money that blacks spend today, and we can say that it's not economic slavery because nobody's making us do any of these things. It's the socialism, because socialism is about the shift in culture. And our culture has been shifted to the degree that it is no longer a no-brainer to use money to liberate one another. We now use it to celebrate ourselves. We are individualists with our money. We're not group thinking like we were before. So that's the point where I say it's not so much slavery, but I'll take a person coming from slavery because they appear to have the consciousness of saying, dollars in hand, freedom for family, liberation, better quality of life for us. And today we have all the opportunity to be able to do these things, but it appears that we have such little desire. Back then they had small opportunity, great desire. Today we have great opportunity, small desire. And it's because the shift in culture, when you take black students that are outperforming their white counterparts and then you thrust them into schools with white teachers in the 1950s, hey bro, we've seen some of the videos. I'm not saying all white teachers is bad, but we've seen some videos of some really racist shit these white people got kids picking cotton in 2022 and shit in school. So we can only imagine what these teachers were doing in not even just an overtly racist way. Just you give young people to teachers who have proven themselves to not have the best interests of black people in mind. And so it's one of the most dangerous things that was ever done is to give the very consciousness of a very resistant people to white supremacy and then give them over to white women for white women to now be their teachers. What's up? What's up, Jeremy?
What up, Juice?
Okay.
What's going down?
You on mute.
It say you on mute.
What up? What up? How y'all doing? How y'all living?
What's going down?
Conversation, man.
So So we talking about socialism and economic slavery.
Yeah.
So I think I see where me and you are not agreeing on the socialism thing. So the definition of socialism by what you told me, I haven't looked it up, is pretty much giving the power to the workers, right? Is okay, so we agree there. But when you explain the socialism, it was more on the level of social standing in society, like social network, like social interaction. That's a little different. That's it's almost an entendre. I understand what you're saying, and I agree. You know what I'm saying? But to call it socialism could be confusing if that's what the definition of socialism is. Does that make sense?
Well, it's socialism when you go back and you study this thing called the Great Society. The Great Society was the institution and organization that gave you essentially the economic policies of the civil rights, which were the housing policies that we now know were damaged the family because they required the men to leave the home. These were social workers who did these things that created this system of socialism. And when you actually know who the lady was that created socialism, you'll know even deeper. But and again, we could look at things like the NAACP. Besides W.E.B. Du Bois, the people who were the helpers and founders of the NAACP were socialist, communist, Eastern European Jews. These are the founders of the NAACP, an organization that ironically actually served to spy on black people starting in the 1917s. It's very documented fact that the NAACP is actually a spy organization that in 1917 began a campaign to spy on black people. But it's a whole other story. But this is essentially found.
I've heard about that one.
Yeah, I think I heard about that from you, watching you talk about it. I'll be checking out your lectures, man. I'm not in there all the time because there's so much stuff going on with the podcast, but I'll be definitely in there. But so would it be safe to say, so if, and I hate to dwell on it, but I just want to get a clear understanding. I don't want to walk away from this topic with a different understanding. So the way we look at the word social in modern times would be more of the socialism that you're talking about. Would that be safe to say? Because if socialism is just about workers, when you're talking about consumers, that ain't the same thing.
Well, socialism is a system of economics created by Karl Marx and his Das Kapital. Socialism has gone through different, like we talked about white supremacy, went through expansion phase.
It's been through changes, yeah.
So too has communism, aka socialism. Communism is the end goal that they realize does not exist on Earth now. Marxism is the ideology that comes from Karl Marx. That's Marxism, and socialism is the economic policy. And again, I reflect back to World War I, where they believed that the system of socialism was just going to happen because the workers would revolt the capitalists. When that didn't happen, they went in and they created this school called the Frankfurt School. And the Frankfurt School had a school of social research. And this Frankfurt School, and if you go Google it, you'll find some stuff. You'll be like, dang, I didn't know about this. And so when you go and you really find about the Frankfurt School, there's a man named Horkheimer that wrote a paper called Critical Theory. You might recognize that because you've heard of critical race theory. And when you heard people like Tucker Carlson and the racist Republicans call it Marxism, they said that those people are racist. But if you actually go and you look at the facts of it, it's very much true that this system of critical race theory comes directly from Marxism, socialism. So the fact that they just tried to shove critical race theory down the throats of Black America, and it literally is the book written by the Marxists called Critical Theory, they just put race in the middle. That's it.
It really is.
Hey, that's real. Boy, silly. That's real.
I mean, you know, and we
It's repackaging.
It's repackaged. That's pretty
Like-
much what we getting at. Pretty much, is like you said, the same comparison.
what did Black Lives Matter girls say in that video that really, you know, kind of kicked their butt in the end?
Black
She said, "We're trained Marxists."
Yep.
Ain't that what she said? She didn't say we're Marxists. Like you would say we're Democrats, or you would say we're LGBT, or you say we're Republicans, or we're independents, or we're libertarian, or we're anti this, or we're pro-life. Nobody would say I'm trained pro-life. I'm trained Democrat.
I'm a trained Republican. Hell no. I'm a trained libertarian.
Straight up.
Marxists, and I want people to understand what that meant.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we understand who they were and what they were at this point. You know, now that they in the mansion and we still chilling trying to make it happen.
I think I'm 100% clear on where you at with this, and I can agree. No cap. But you know, I'm gonna ask questions until I am.
Sure.
You know, because you know, like I said, I'm one of them people, man. I do not mind having subjective conversation, but I do want to kind of get to the gritty of some shit. You know what I'm saying? The new KGB. Okay. I told y'all he a walking encyclopedia. Y'all thought I was fucking playing.
Without a doubt.
And listen, he can tell you what's on page 97 right now. Right now.
There you go, Smurf.
Look, I told that nigga what.
If you scroll the page,
What I say?
About them Stranger Things.
Hey, that's crazy. That's crazy. Listen, don't do the spooky stuff. We're gonna start thinking you cheating. Yeah, going back up, son. Nah, I was joking. Y'all see it was a joke. This nigga really told you what was on page 97 and then showed you. That's fucking crazy. So listen, just to give y'all a little backstory on producer Jay, King Sick, myself, and even Brandon. So I met King Sick out here in the free world. You know where the story is going when you say free world. And I met him. We was both busy people doing what we was doing, moving around, making moves. I met him. It was respect. It was love. Cool. Well, somehow we both end up on the same penitentiary yard together. How? I don't know, man. I think we clicked our heels and didn't end up in Kansas. That's all
I don't even know this story. I don't know this story. I don't think I know this story.
Yeah.
I didn't know the beginning part.
But you finna get into the story. So before Sick pulls up on the yard where I'm at, what's up, Tip? I see you in the building. Before Sick pulls up on the yard I'm at, I meet this young fella, producer Jay. Listen, he swagged out. He just is a cool little dude in his own little world. You feel me? So given that he was such a cool personality, we naturally clicked and just, you know, we rocked with each other. Shit happened, you know, we talked a lot. You know what I'm saying? And
tell him how I dropped you.
Yeah, you got me there one time. You hear me? But that just made you 1 for 1. That didn't make you 2 for 1. Yeah, so we not even gonna do that. But I say that to say this, like, as men, we go through so many changes in life, and you never know who you gonna meet depending on what stage of your life you in or what capacity you gonna meet them in. Yeah. Like Sick, I knew that he was a respectable dude. You know what I'm saying? Out here moving around. He was in places where everybody couldn't be. So I knew that you had to have some kind of respect from people because you really somewhere you ain't got no business. And this is where we always seen each other at. Places we both really didn't have no damn business, to be honest. And Juice, he was just a cool personality, a solid dude. I didn't see no weakness in him. Like, you know what I'm saying? And it was just like energy, like we just vibe. So over the course of time, you know, we learned each stuff about each other. We seen each other get put under pressure for different situations, and it made us close. Fast forward. Sick got out of prison and became a motherfucking encyclopedia. Well, really, he was working on being an encyclopedia when we was in there.
You be reading a lot. You got a lot of time.
Man, listen, that boy cold. And like, I seen the transformation from who he was when I met him to who he is today, which is incredible. You know what I'm saying? And Juice, he was just a young man trying to do his thing. He didn't bother nobody, nothing like that. He gets out of prison and he's a professional filmmaker. Like, you never know what capacity you're going to meet a great minds. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of why I call this shit great minds, because you never know how you're going to meet somebody. And fast forward even further. Brandon tapped into the podcast. I'm pretty sure he done been to all of them. If he missed one, he'd catch it on the playback.
I missed one. I watched it.
But he's just been somebody who understood what the show was supposed to be about from the beginning, and he appreciated the content, appreciated the vibe of the situation, and we done became cool. You see what I'm saying? So, like, shouts out to King Six, shouts out to producer Jay, and shouts out to Brandon. I appreciate knowing you fellas, and I learn from all three of y'all every day, even though I'm probably the most stubborn out of all four of us. You know what I'm saying?
Just trying to learn, man.
Yeah, just keeping it 100.
I like to be able to hear the different opinions and different understandings. Just like Sick, all these books, like, that is what you want. Like, the more knowledge you gain, the better you'll be able to push through on this. Like,
facts. Shout out Freddie Tucker, man. I see you in the building. What's up, fam? I would advise y'all to change y'all names to y'all social media links or wherever you would like people to follow you at, because it'll be easier. Like, one thing you will know about, and I know y'all both probably live on your own platform. Shouts out to y'all audience too. I'm not able to see those comments, but shout out to y'all. Appreciate y'all tuning in. But Sick is somebody that everybody can learn from. We ain't really got a chance to drill Jeremy yet. Jeremy probably finna get the last half of this. We finna let Jeremy do his thing, but you know, you always want to learn things the more that you know what I'm saying, through your life. You want to keep learning things. Most people say you start dying when you stop learning. You know what I'm saying? So it's one of those things to where if we keep each other sharp, we had these conversations. We put these are conversations that we can talk to our kids about, that we had these conversations, and this is what made the most sense to us, and make the next generation of our people be whatever people you are. Make the next generation be better than what we was, because that ain't where we at today. We're going through some turmoil in the world because I think a lot of people weren't able to be that influence in most of these kids' upbringings and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Due to single parent homes, due to impoverished neighborhoods, due to a horrible school system, whatever the circumstances may be. And, you know, we had these conversations, man. People learn from this stuff and take this stuff home. So shout out to everybody who tuning in. You know what I'm saying? Y'all missed the ritual. We already on the moon. So, but I love y'all though. For real, for real. Juice, what's up, man? Talk to us, man. Tell us something about you.
Man, I jumped right in, man. Today I ain't even wound down. Y'all keeping me up today.
Good. Your ass up.
Y'all keeping me up today, man.
Boy, you 25. Don't nobody want to hear that shit. Yeah, you act like you my age.
Reset my clock, please. Reset my clock.
Oh, my fault. You act like you Sick age. My bad. That's Grandpa.
Where's Jeremy at?
Oh man, I'm in the center of Dallas, Texas, man. We in the best city to be. I don't know. We kind of stretched out. We got.
Hell yeah, I'd rather be in Dallas than Houston. Everybody getting shot in Houston at the same place.
Man, look,
around the same people. I didn't say it though.
Too many guns in Texas be playing around.
The crazy thing is, man, it's so much bullshit going on right now just behind that.
Throughout the whole state.
Like it's got everywhere hot about it.
Yeah, I just seen it up. Sauce Walker and Lil J Prince just had some words.
I mean, they didn't really have words. Sauce Walker said what he said. Jay Prince wanted to question the shit because it was under his control in a sense.
And everybody like, how you commenting on that, but you ain't commenting on this tragedy? Yeah, why you ain't tapped in on that?
Worried about the beef, but you're not worried about what was under your watch that happened. I mean,
That's the difference between generals and lieutenants.
I don't think Jay Prince Jr. should have really even said anything about it to keep it a buck.
I
That's your
wouldn't
pop,
have.
that's your pop's realm. Go ahead and let him handle that.
Facts.
Because the respect is with his pops.
Facts.
That's who the real respect is with. There's so much more that can be said, but I'll keep it at that.
For sure. But don't you think that the respect is with the family though, from the pops? Even though that's where it originated at. Well, I ain't gonna say originated because from what I hear, this is generational, but
I don't really feel like Junior has earned it from the people yet.
How though? We in a different time. He ain't. I mean, if your daddy, and this ain't saying that this is Jay Prince, but what I'm saying is, if your daddy get to a level of being a boss of the state, really just a boss in general worldwide, man, on an island and some more shit.
Where every step's certified.
Yeah, the rough shoes the rough shoes that he wore to get to that point. Of course, his son not gonna walk those roads or wear those shoes. You know what I'm saying?
You don't have to.
So,
which is why I feel like he shouldn't have said nothing.
Dig that.
He hasn't walked those roads yet. So why are you speaking up?
Yeah, let your pops handle it the way he handles it.
But you got to think too, though. He done been to the penitentiary and everything. So I mean, he got his own gangster. Whether it makes sense or not, due to his father done been all the gangsters that you really need to be, but he still got his own gangster. He got his own story.
No, absolutely. So
he might feel like the things that he's been through, whether they've been undermined or not, because of who his daddy is.
Yeah.
He may feel like that he done earned that type of respect.
His dad could have gave him the nod.
I mean,
say you handle it.
I can only say this. This is what I can say in this situation. You have to be here to see it.
I dig that.
I be in Dallas to see it, to understand. And that's all I can really say about the situation on that, respectfully.
For sure.
But yeah, you got to be here to see, you know what I'm saying? I think every person is going to make their decision based off of what they see. Whether he should be or is and has earned the respect of that yet.
Fact.
So there's that. I don't feel like the torch could be passed eventually, whatever. That's not really like something that's productive for me that I like to discuss and talk about. You know what I mean? Like the whole gatekeeper situation with Dallas, Houston, and all that stuff is
it's almost like gangbanging in 2023.
It caused wars behind that shit.
Huh?
I said people that got killed, it started wars behind that type of shit.
Yeah.
Boy, and you ain't talking about people who don't have the money to go to war.
Yeah.
We talking about a large room of people who really like war ready when really we should be focused on something else.
Yeah.
Instead of taking that path.
Yeah, instead of getting like Takeoff being murdered was senseless. You know what I'm saying?
Buddy wasn't practicing. Buddy was scared to take that shot, bro. I'm gonna tell you that, and that's what I see. That's from everything I hear. Buddy started shooting, and he didn't really want to shoot that gun, which is why he did that nervous stuff and was. You gonna have a controlled shot. Muscle memory is there from shooting.
Yeah, for sure. If you a shooter, you ain't even got to look most of the time. Long as you're in the vicinity. Yeah,
but he didn't want to squeeze that trigger. He was scared.
That's crazy, man. Rest in peace, Takeoff, man.
Yeah, man. To get to the meat of that, rest in peace, Takeoff, man. Really senseless death. Shouldn't have happened. I hate that it happened. He touched a lot of people. Music is not going to be this. Migos really opened a big door for a lot of artists.
For a lot of artists and showed a lot of love. That's what said Sauce Walker was posting stuff when they came and fucked with him. He independent.
Yeah.
They showed a lot of love. They wasn't, like you said, the gatekeeper thing. Like you had a long time to where like if you wasn't messing with Jermaine Dupri or Ludacris, you really wasn't making no moves in Atlanta. Mm-hmm. And a lot of that stuff opened up from people like Migos being so young and then at the same time working with everybody and showing
Yeah,
love, doing
sound,
Oh
creating
yeah,
that
the
fixes.
unique
features were
sound too.
wild.
Oh
Everybody
yeah,
got a feature.
oh yeah, and
So
and it opened the door for young people to believe that, dang, I can actually do this again. You know, I could do this. Everybody felt like they could be an artist. Everybody felt like they had something at that point. And you know, I like to see it. It doesn't matter if the music is good or not. You know, it sparked a fire in people to actually be creative, do something
it's
more.
growth.
Yeah,
Facts.
absolutely. You know, it's not always about, you know, oh, you can't rap this, that, and the other, but you doing something. You believe something about yourself. You know, it's so many young niggas uh that don't believe that they gonna be nothing or do nothing. Like, you
Facts.
know, it may not be productive what they rapping about, whatever, but at least they getting up and doing something. They believe in something, you know. A lot
Better
of
to have
people
a
without that.
passion than nothing.
Yeah,
And the thing is it ain't like they glorified a lifestyle that we all know.
yeah,
But if you actually listen to their lyrics, they also was telling you the downside of it too. So to me, the type of music that the Migos put out, it was different. It was more like a peaceful place for a person going through these experiences and being able to get them through them, to where like the music that a lot of these cats putting out today is, I'ma fuck your bitch, go take this drug, go do this drug, go get drunk, get
Yeah.
leaned out. Like the message is destructive. So I can see the difference when
I
a
won't say
Migo,
that they weren't talking about that stuff.
for
They
sure.
did, but they said it on the download.
Yeah, and they
like,
even gave you
in
the
a way
downside of
doing
it.
Yeah.
What's up, Jay Rich? I see you, boy. Yeah, like they was giving it like, cause it was one of them, you know, cause at first I had the whole stigma about, nah, I don't listen to mumble rap. You know, they had the mumble rap thing going where everybody was calling them mumble rap and
Yeah.
nobody was fucking with.
And they changed it up just like that, and people
They
were
changed
still
it up.
rocking with them.
Facts. And that's when I start listening to them. And when I start listening to the newer stuff, I went back and listened to the old stuff just because, you know, like when you got like a YouTube music playlist or Spotify playlist and you listening to somebody give you their other music.
Oh yeah.
So I start hearing some shit and I'm like, hey man, them niggas really talking about something.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I had to find out for myself. But like I said, it was one of them new popular songs. I can't remember. I don't know if it was Bad and Bougie or if it was the one Takeoff did. Ric Flair. The shit with Ric Flair in it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember which one, but I was late. I ain't gonna
Now
cap.
you wanted me to go restudy their discography and everything that they've done now, you know. Because it's gonna be a thing now, you know. They missing one. And hold on. Wasn't
They missing
Offset-
two because Takeoff done already left the group.
y'all about to say Offset and Quavo was
I mean, yeah,
I'm
Offset,
sorry,
my bad.
They were into it, right?
Facts. Offset left the group. He's an independent artist.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he separated himself from the Migos. So somebody mentioned something to me if it was some if we thought it might have had, if I thought it might have had something to do with the fact that they just dropped the album and wooty wooty. I'm like, man, they relative. It's a little deeper than that. Like and keep in mind, we've seen worse, but I wouldn't. That ain't even an angle that I would take on that situation,
Hey, man,
because that was really more like a nigga moment. If you
I don't know what happened. To keep it a buck, I would have to go look it up and see if it was even aired. What happened between them? I don't know what happened.
Well, from what I've gathered, and this is not fact, I don't know this to be factual information. This is what I've gathered. That's why I don't like talking about this stuff till like a day after. It's kind of hard because you want to have the breaking news like everybody else, but I like to wait like a day after so the real information can come out and you can really kind of gauge stuff against each other. So first it came out that it happened at a dice game, but what really happened is they were gambling and rolling dice earlier, and two people got into it. I ain't gonna say no names. And then like when they were at the event afterwards, the actual party, you know what I'm saying? Because you could see them rolling. You could see them rolling to the party from the gambling event, wherever it was, because they was around the whole city. They was out kicking it the whole day.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And from what I heard, they was already there days prior. But so an argument started over something dealing with boxing, and dude told Quavo that I really put hands on you, and then it got to a point to where they was like, you know, let's get up out of here so this shit don't get dangerous, and that's when it got dangerous.
Right. No, I knew that. I was talking about what happened between the breakup, the purpose of the breakup between.
Oh, that was about Quavo. It was about an ex-girlfriend. If I'm not mistaken, Quavo must have mashed on one of Offset's ex-girlfriends. That's the rumor. That's one of the rumors. And another rumor is that it was about money. So it just kind of depends. But I know Offset was, I keep saying Takeoff, rest in peace. Offset was becoming one of the more popular out the group.
Yeah.
And I can kind of see where the dividends being broke down the same way it was when they started being an issue when one person become more popular. That's like when Teddy Riley got more popular out of Guy and broke himself apart to be a solo artist. So I can see that happening. But to know and guarantee that that's what happened, or to state that's what happened and try to be factual about it, I can't do that.
Yeah.
But that's just a little info I know. But it's just some sad shit no matter how you skin the cat, man.
Nah, for real. Hip hop took a big hit on this one, for sure.
Yeah.
But they've been taking hits. I mean, think about how many have died just in the last 2-3 years.
There we go.
Famous, big names.
Speak on it.
Smurf, you can't say that if you don't know that, because he didn't even get killed at the dice game. He didn't lose his life at the dice game.
They said they was outside.
They was walking outside of the bar or something that got closed.
They was outside who?
Is what I thought.
They said they were outside taking photos.
That's the outside the little bowling spot, right?
Yeah. Outside the bowling spot.
Yeah, they wasn't.
Whoever Offset was into it with, he got into it with somebody. Don't know who. All right, cool, whatever. They was arguing. He said something. Dude said something back. Offset said, "I don't get down like that," or something to that effect. And then you hear shots ring out. That's what I saw on the video.
Quavo, not Offset.
I'm sorry, damn.
Yeah, you getting them mixed up too. The damn Migos. Yeah, I'm mixing it up.
Oh, my bad.
I've already
seen.
Like I promise you, you can't send me a video that I haven't seen of this incident.
Yeah.
Like when the news very first broke at 4:15 in the morning on that Sunday, on that Monday morning. Like I was awake. That's when I did that first little live stream, saying how senseless it was and how crazy it is. I knew wasn't nobody gonna be on the live stream. Nobody was awake and nobody expected.
Twitter had it first. Twitter was definitely going off first.
No, I was saying when I got the news, when I broke it, because Say Cheese and a few other places was the ones that broke the information first. And then I shouts out to Piper Boy Williams. I seen Piper Boy Williams going live, and I heard what he was saying. And you know how you see a post and you see a title and you be like, this is fake news, so I ain't gonna pay this shit no attention. So
give us some time to marinate.
Yeah, I clicked it anyway, and I was like, fuck it. And he was talking about, because he died at like 3:54. Wasn't that what they were saying?
It was like 3 something in the morning, yeah.
Yeah. And like it's 4:15 and I'm listening to the shit and I'm in the same time zone. You see what I'm saying? So like this shit had to happen like now. So I tapped in, I heard a little bit, and I pretty much just said how senseless it is and sent my condolences and how we got to do better as people. I just said some positive things because I didn't want to give out no information or repeat no information that I hadn't took time to research myself.
Right.
Well, that's kind of stuff that needs to be said.
Yeah, like well, we got to do better, bro. We got to do better.
Man, look, we got to do better, but that's a whole nother conversation of where it starts. You gotta, like, these young niggas don't care. They don't care. They don't have no structure like we might have had previously. They don't know how to shoot these guns. Everybody got them. They got one just to have one.
Thanks.
Yeah.
They got one just to say they got one. Probably ain't never shot it. Probably
don't
ain't
plan
never
on shooting. Hope they ain't got to shoot.
Exactly. Which is why I say, going back to Buddy shooting that gun, he didn't even. You're not gonna shoot like that. Somebody walk in front of your shit, you're not pulling the trigger. What was, I wish. No, I don't. I don't wish I was there, but I wish I had a better eyewitness.
Well, yeah, don't say that shit.
To be able to like just be there to see the picture, like. But going forward, like just looking at all the kids out here these days, man, everybody feel like they just got to be big man, but they don't want to fight. They don't want to, probably can't fight, and everybody want to have a gun and shoot each other. And they ain't listening to nobody. That's really what I was getting at. They not listening to nobody. They're gonna do what they want to do.
Freddie said he wasn't the guy.
Who wasn't the guy?
The dude that they were showing that had the gun.
Oh yeah, I don't know what the dude looked like.
Yeah, they were showing that. Like, listen,
I saw what they were showing. I saw. Was academic was trying.
It was academics. It was a few of them. Like they go investigator to what? Like they helping the case.
Let me tell you what I'm not gonna do. Let me tell you what I'm not gonna do. I'm not gonna be online being Dr. Snitch It.
Oh God,
I'm not gonna be doing that. I'm not gonna be going through. Oh yeah, let me pause it at this point and look at that dude standing.
Look, nigga, they circling.
Let the police do their job,
bro. They circling guns and everything on the live stream. I said, "Ooh, nigga, this the wrong time to be a criminal, nigga. To get boy, they go book your ass. Like you can't get away with shit nowadays." But I didn't,
cameras are everywhere.
Cameras are fucking. And see, that's another thing that I was saying about this case. Cameras are everywhere.
But do you understand what's allowed?
Crime is not like it used to be. You used to be able to get away with some stuff.
Crimes are allowed for the most part.
Are what?
Allowed. He said they allowed. Yeah, they probably can't hear you.
Like, there's lots of crime that happens that's just allowed. Like, you've got to have a certain amount that keeps fear in your area, keeps people out of it, keeps people away of it, keeps you from interacting with other folks because of it. Like
I've never heard it said like that, but absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's a good perspective. But I mean, we could go a whole different direction with that one. Drugs, crack. Where do you want to go?
Oh, Freddie was saying what he meant was that the dude that shot the gun shouldn't have had a gun. That's what he was saying. That's what he was saying.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. No, he should have never even had the possession of. I didn't even see the fact that you said they were circling guns. Everybody in that video finna get indicted.
Yeah.
Hey, listen. When I say
everybody got these on them, that's tracking you everywhere you go. They're gonna know who was in the area.
Like, hey, no bullshit. When I say I wait until information has been disclosed. Shouts out to We Are the Builders, man.
Yes, sir.
I like that hoodie. Yes, sir.
Bad. When I say the information got to get disclosed by somebody else first,
yeah,
I do not play no games. I do got a code that I live by, and some things that I believe and that I've seen and that I've investigated myself and been like, how the hell? Like, I don't get into them. I leave them where I leave them. Because I'm not the one. You're not supposed to be subpoenaing me for court.
Come on, dog. Come on, man.
So, I can repeat what somebody else said all day. It's up to me to find out whether that information is sustainable to be using.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because you can get on here and say all kind of stupid shit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but your credibility is at stake too. So I try to keep it real and get my perspective and keep it on a fair line.
Absolutely, as you should. Back to what he was saying about the cameras, man. The cameras everywhere.
Ain't no way in hell they don't see everything that happened that night outside.
It's not something that can be done like it used to be able to be done.
Facts.
No.
Once they put these cameras and stuff up, I wish I knew the numbers. I bet the crime rate of people they actually are able to convict due to evidence skyrocketed.
Signal about when you could get away with crime.
Man.
Sick used to get away with crime. Allegedly.
This guy.
Look.
Better hide.
Hey. Oh shit. Hey, listen. Hey. The only way you would know that you can't get away with shit like you used to could is if you used to do shit.
If you used to
Yeah, you could do wild stuff back in the day.
Yeah, hey, y'all don't be talking about my vitamin water zero, man. I got a blessing, man, and it just happened to be zero. So I said, fuck it.
You trying to get that because didn't nobody say nothing about your vitamin water zero?
Yeah, that was a free plug.
That was a free plug.
Yeah, man, shouts out to vitamin water, man.
They just cash app. He just seen the little thing, hit his little cash app.
Yeah.
Well, thank God. I need that type of love. For real.
That's right.
So, Dre, I wanted to ask you a question. Are you in agreement or do you disagree with the stance that Kanye is making?
Who was that question to?
What part?
That's for both of y'all, really.
Okay.
Well, I think Kanye has said.
Hold on. Because it's two of y'all now. So we got to be careful with this. So first we're going to say agree or disagree. And then we're going to go.
No, but what part?
That's subjective.
Yeah, you
It's
can't take the
subjective.
whole
That's
thing.
why I'm asking you.
I'm saying, but I can't just give you one straight answer.
So you kind of agree and you kind of disagree.
I mean,
so y'all both straddling the fence, is what you said.
Well, let's put it like this. I agree for now. Yes, I agree for now.
What does for now mean? What do you mean by that? What is holding you back?
Get it, Juice, get it.
What is holding you back from having a straightforward answer based off of what you said? Have you not researched enough about it? Do you not?
Well, here's the thing.
Tell me, because
hey, I told y'all he was spunky now. I told y'all.
The situation is fluid, gentlemen, correct?
What is fluid?
The situation is still fluid, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
Not for the most part. Hold on. No, listen.
Why is it not? It's still a moving situation. This situation.
What I'm saying is, what's been done has been done. What's going on at this point is delegating of how they're gonna combat what's been done. What I'm saying is, do you agree with Kanye on the stance that he's taking for the reason he's taking it?
So I'm the one who gonna ask you a question when you ask me a question.
I'm with it. Damn sick. We ran sick the fuck up out of here. He like, man, fuck this shit. That shit too direct. I don't want to be able. So look. So should I? Okay, I agree with him.
Oh, that's all right. Okay, are you?
So that's mine. So y'all can ask me whatever y'all want to ask me, but y'all gotta. Do you agree or you disagree? Or you straddling the fence?
Again, I agree for now.
Okay.
And you said that means what?
The reason why I say for now, let me explain.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting on.
It's purely economic because looking at the fact that, of what my research has came back with, Kanye has about almost $1 billion in cash, right? He's gained control of contracts that ordinarily he would not have had the opportunity to gain control of. And he has the opportunity to essentially shift and take his business where he wants to go. Now, the amount of losses that he might mitigate by his brands being stolen, taken, misrepresented, whatever you want to call it, pirated, or what have you, and whatever those economic damages going forward are going to have a great impact on whether it was a good deal for him or not. He can't go out and make $20 billion in sales over the next 3 years and we say this is a great deal, Kanye. You know what I'm saying? So obviously there is a little bit of a wait and see, but I don't want that to be the whole of his, whether he was right or wrong. So I do think it's a very nuanced question. Now, where I would disagree just a little bit is in the fact that I would say that to a large degree, fam, he is a person who, at the end of the day, he's still got some problematic past issues that we still got to look at to really understand. Is Kanye being used by someone else? Because up until this point, he's been a great artist, producer, but he's largely been a puppet of other people's agenda.
So, and when you say that, what do you mean? Are you talking about when he said slavery was a choice?
No, slavery was a choice.
Yeah, slavery was a choice.
Nat Turner proved that.
Fact.
The Haitian Revolution of 1804 proved that. It doesn't make anybody bad that they chose to be enslaved. Black people today choose not to go take guns to the Capitol and blow that shit up because they ain't never done nothing for us.
But that's a large reason why most people thought that they accepted the crazy narrative from Kanye is because he said slavery was a choice, and half of these people that responded to it and made all these different memes and tried to make him look stupid, that really looked stupid in the end because technically it was a choice.
They were emotional. They weren't stupid. They were emotional.
Yeah. Right. And so it's just, but again,
ignorant, I guess.
But the point is this.
That too.
We have such a victim narrative in the Black community that we are the trophy men and women of victimhood. And here's the thing. Nobody is more victimized than we are, But the beautiful part about it for white liberals particularly is they're able to take instances where we're victimized, like, for example, police brutality. And they'll use their media apparatus to highlight and you know what I'm saying, use the images of black people being killed, like the image of their brother Takeoff. Those types of images sell newspapers. They get people on round-the-clock CNN coverage. When Mike Brown was killed, round-the-clock coverage. How many people came to St. Louis and Ferguson when Mike Brown was killed? How many people came down to Sanford and Orlando when the brother Trayvon Martin was killed? And so on and so on. And so what has happened is that we don't have that same conversation around the amount of money that the government is spending with black businesses. You know, are we getting 13% of the United States government contract for our small businesses? No, we're not, right? And if we understand that more than 35% of all the money in the economy come directly from the government spending money to procure services, if you're a business and you're not getting the 40% of the pie, that there's actually rules that say, hey, you get some. How do you expect to get some in the fast lane, the NASCAR world of racist business in America? You know, and so unless you're a wide receiver or quarterback or you sing a hell of a D sharp, you know, you're probably not going to find yourself in a position where somebody is looking for your talent. You know what I mean? And so, you know, when we start looking at what, you know, kind of the difference is, and that's kind of what I see. But when we're talking about Kanye and the future of his decision, I think that he said some of the things that he said, like white lives matter. White lives do matter. They don't.
So with the White Lives Matter shirt, do you feel like that he was trying to expose the bias of the public?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And the fact that you can take black, put it on anything, we can smack it, flip it, rub it down. Oh no! But as soon as you put white out there, hey, hold on, buddy. Hold up. We don't just be throwing white out there and shit.
Don't be representing for us, nigga. We didn't do it.
Meeting who elected you. We didn't fucking elect you, first of all. We didn't have a goddamn meeting about who elected you. We need to sit down. We need to get a board of directors. We need to get a bank account set up. We need to get yeah, they was ready to start a whole shit with their shit.
And Trump's a liar. That's the whole message.
And so, and again, because you know,
I like that Ye doesn't play the victim though. Like he's
For sure.
not, like the only way you see victimization to him is all the media trying to show that he's losing all this money. They're trying to make him a victim to it. But like you were saying, Sick, like he literally owns himself on everything. Like he doesn't have no contracts from no one. His future potential for money was all those billions of dollars. Since those contracts were canceled, he's got to pay something out. It's just the way it works. But now he is free to do whatever he wants.
And he got $1 billion to do it.
And he's got over 4,000 acres. Like he's got a ranch. He's building houses on. Like,
what'd you say, Jeremy?
I think he's right.
I was just gonna say, I mean, look at all these other millionaires and stuff that take losses like this. They air them out. Okay, guess what? They still rolling. They still look at fucking Elon. He's still rolling. So what? He lost a little. So what? He got a little bad press. Guess what? He's still rolling.
That nigga Elon picked up Kanye, said, "Hey, start your Twitter account back up. I got you, my nigga. Let's ride."
I got a tweet from Trump. Well, I was like, what? They let Trump back into Twitter? Right before
I didn't know that.
Yeah, Elon Musk opened Trump
right
and Kanye's accounts back up.
I saw.
Well,
Yeah.
well, here's the thing about Elon Musk. Elon Musk might be the worst of all of them.
Oh yeah.
I want to walk over there and get my.
I don't know. I don't know that. I would like to hear the reason why you say that though.
Repeat that one more time. My bad.
I got one for you.
Hold on. Repeat that one more time.
I said Elon Musk might be the worst one of all of them.
Worst at what?
Those are some very, very strong words, bro. I would definitely. I'm like Juice. I would definitely like to hear that.
Well,
Hey man, hey listen. Before we get into Elon Musk, listen, man. Everybody take a second to hit that like button. If you ain't subscribed to the channel, Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Check out King Sick on YouTube. Check out Producer J on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Let's take a little second to make sure we hit that little like, and we coming right back with this Elon Musk conversation. No bullshit. Let's get it.
Right there.
Oh, they asked if you smoking the seed. Oh,
they're attempting to make him appear weak, so the perceived sheeple that follow him, like
facts. I totally agree with that, Jay Rich.
Y'all ready to hear about Elon Musk?
Yeah, run it about Elon Musk. They still on Yay, but let us. Oh yeah, because Juice didn't even get a chance to go yet. So let's hear what Juice got to say about Yay, and then we'll jump into Elon Musk.
Get it.
Ye ain't doing nothing that he ain't already been doing.
Fact.
He always does something, acts out, does something crazy, and then explains what he means and why he did it later. When has he not done that? From the beginning to the end, he's always been that type of person. So I'm sure we're gonna get a good explanation of why he was acting the way he was acting, why he did what he did.
You think it ain't obvious?
It is obvious to some. I think there's a lot of people who are still naive.
I think he's proven a lot of points.
Yeah, I think he's proven a lot of points, and he brought a lot of shit to the dark.
From
the
the
light.
dark to the light. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
His reason, well, my opinion of his reasoning for it is to stop people from get people out of business slavery, pretty much. Like these type of deals that's getting offered, the stuff they make available, and the fact that they got the capital, they tell you what you gonna do with your own brand, and your creativity gets dumbed down. Like he was saying, like my shoes shouldn't be $500. My shoes should be $30. My shoes should be available in the urban communities as well as the white communities. Like
what do you say? Clothes should be free, or you know?
Yeah, he said some kind of, I don't know about free.
$2 or something like that. He was trying to do.
Yeah, so what he was saying is these people capitalize off his image.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that they capitalize large off his image and he capitalized small, there's a problem with that, because pretty much you're taking what I create, my creativity, whether it's my image or whether it's my products, you taking my creativity, you taking my life force, and you super profiting off of it, and you don't even have nothing to do with it. It's just the fact that you helping me with the branding of it.
Right.
But I think what he found out, which is what I took from when he just did an interview and the lady asked, so is it right that Sway did have the answers? He smiled and he said, Sway did have the answers. These things are symbolic to everything that's going on. To me, just me thinking, I remodeled stores for 7 years. A Walmart remodel, as big as Walmart is about $1.8 million to $3.5 million. We are talking about a man that has $1 billion. He has the money, even though he don't have that 11 billion that he was talking about before. This man has the capital of his own to start a department chain and put his own stores everywhere, employ his own people that he feel like is the people that he want to work from, and potential to make even more money than $11 billion.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So where a lot of people to sit up and say, oh, well, he's stupid for losing this money and he's dumb for doing this. This is a man that sells millions of records on a regular basis. So if he can sell millions of records on a regular basis, what do you think his department store is going to do?
He's still going to sell, period.
Whatever he does, whatever he drops, people are going to follow behind it. They trying to X this man out. They dropping contract after contract. Oh, you can't. That's all he wanted anyways. Give me my stuff back. Appreciate
that was the only way he could get out of the contract, is force them to want to get out of the contract.
Essentially, let me go free.
Yeah, exactly. It was. I'm gonna give you a reason to want to separate from me, because you won't let me separate from you on my own.
Mm-hmm.
You won't put up the stores in the places where I want you to put stores at, but you still building stores. Like, the creative control of the whole situation was a lot of the reason why he did what he did. And the fact that he exposed certain groups of people on very popular platforms, he did that in essential to let everybody know, why you think I'm crazy, it's people that's controlling what your dollar on a regular basis.
That's why he wasn't trying to go for nothing that Diddy was saying, talking about I just want to talk, blah, blah, blah. Nah, because you part of the problem too.
Man, Diddy fucked up.
Well, Diddy's got that Revolt network that when you actually go and you try to find out is it black owned, it's not. You know.
Yeah, it's not. He's a partial owner, but he's not the complete owner of Revolt.
So it's a misrepresentation of this celebration of black business when you're not engaged in black business.
Fact.
If you look at the history of Diddy,
Who
he's
owns the
one of
business?
the most worst offenders of signing black people to these messed up contracts, just like the other people that we, you know.
And ain't got no problem telling you either.
Right. And so, you know, at the end of the day, Diddy has extended the same, you know what I'm saying, fuckery that those slime balls have been put on our people. But I ironically saw a video from Russell Simmons.
That's right, Jay Rich. I seen that Russell Simmons video too.
You see the Russell Simmons video
Hell
too?
I
yeah.
didn't see it.
The one where he explained all the Jews that he worked with in his time.
Yep.
And Russell Simmons was full of shit. Because I've done the research on the hip hop. And I've done the research on the secret relationships between the blacks and the Jews.
So question, before you continue, for the people that haven't seen the Russell Simmons video, so are you disagreeing? So are you saying he's full of shit because of the things that he said about his connection to the Jewish people, or are you saying that he's full of shit about saying that Kanye is making the right move and that he should empower himself by running his own business and doing it himself out of his own pocket?
Well, he was full of shit when the narrative that he gave you in that video was that, well, you know, it was just no brainer that there was nobody going to do business with me but the Jews. The whites wasn't doing business with me. He threw that out there, and that was law. And that just wasn't true. Because when you understand who owned the first rap record label, who was it? Who owned the first rap record label?
Fill us in. The Jews?
Sylvia Robinson, a black woman, owned Sugar Hill Gang, my brother.
Okay.
That's G.
Fill us in. Fill us in.
So now you go back and you look at how Russell Simmons, because what Russell Simmons told you in that interview is they were the managers, right? They were the managers.
But hold on. Even though that might be factual information, but wasn't their distribution still through the Jewish company?
Well, it wasn't about who was distributing the product. It was about who immediately gained creative control of the product. And then controlling the artists, controlling the management, controlling the touring, it was one thing to control the distribution. I mean, you know, we're talking international. A lot of these people.
But the distribution is where the money come from.
Well, the distribution is
because when you buy a CD at the store, them CDs already paid for.
Right. I mean, I understand the process of the distribution and how the breakdown works as far as business is concerned. But, you know, when we're talking about this particular time in hip hop, we're looking at a group of people who started an entirely new genre of music. And so, you know, on the one hand, people could say, well, it was looked at as a fad and nobody was trying to do that. But everywhere that rap music had gone, everybody who distributed it got rich off of it. There is no historical story of the people who we went for distributed rap, right? And so really what it was an opportunity, it was a crossroads where Russell Simmons could have came to Sylvia Robinson, they could have put their heads together and they could have, you know, he could have kept that label black. But what he did is he essentially worked, you know what I'm saying, essentially to try to sabotage, first of all, her relationship with her artists and then eventually her label to where, you know what I'm saying, you know, she lost control of the label. And Russell Simmons was, you know, essentially that black business person who appeared to be in the early time of hip hop was going around to a lot of those black independent labels and, you know, selling them this thing of independence. But he was just basically walking right over to his Jewish partners. And so there was never an opportunity for anybody to see, like, could an all black label at the beginning of hip hop blown up to be some multi-billion-dollar thing? Because I'm gonna tell you what happened. In the next generation, when gangster rap came, the gangster rappers wasn't signing those punk ass deals. The gangster rappers were coming up with the Master P's and the J Princes, as we talked about, and the Be Legit E40. These dudes was calling their own shots. The Too Short to the World, because they were selling a product that they wasn't gonna make a lot of their sales at those white people stores anyway, because most of us kids technically couldn't buy these records no way. We were their number one fans at 14 to 17. You know what I mean? And so
But when they went distribution, when they got to that level, even Master P got distribution through Capital.
They had great leverage.
Yeah, the leverage was great, but what I'm saying is they still ended up working with a Jewish distributor.
Well, let's say this: they ended up working with international distributors
that happen to be Jewish.
Well, my thing is this right here is that once you have solidified your masters, you own your product, you create, like, again, we look at Master P. What the Jews that had Master P create those advertisements, well, he completely changed the nature of advertising with those graphics that he used and the style of promotion that he used, the frequency that he put his records out, how he just threw his artists out there. You know what I mean? And so he already had a business model. So when he went and made a business deal, just like with Cash Money, we talk about Negroes that got unprecedented deals and they got control ownership of their masters. You can't forget that. And so I'm just making the point that this could have been done in the first generation of hip hop. Okay, Russell Simmons sold the people out. All right, cool. But now you got the second generation of hip hop. What happened in the second generation of hip hop?
Way more independent.
Well, it went Biggie and goddamn me Tupac.
Yeah.
Now tell me, of the two cities in all of America that these brothers died in, did not Biggie and Tupac both die in cities built by Jews?
Yeah. Didn't think of it like that.
Bugsy Siegel, Meyer Lansky, Las Vegas, Hollywood is founded by 5 Eastern European Jews. The two cities, Tupac and Biggie.
Now we getting loose today.
That was by Jews.
So okay, you say Russell Simmons was full of shit for that, and from you explaining the things that you explain, even looking at him from his point of view or the point of view that you just gave, his ending conclusion was the fact that Kanye's got $1 billion and he can do it himself. He was pressing, his message in that interview, I mean, in that video clip.
Now, where was he at in the video, sir? Where was he at again? Where was he, in Brooklyn? He was in Harlem?
Yeah, but my point is
one question. Where was the location of said Russell Simmons while he was having the conversation? Where was he at? What's his location again?
You said Brooklyn. I don't know exactly where it was at.
It wasn't. But
I'm just saying that really pretty much what he's saying is separating himself from the Jews and doing it on his own dollar and running his own business from the rooter to the tutor is pretty much what Russell Simmons was saying he was right for, and that he applauds him for doing that. That was really the message of the video. What I'm taking from your observation of the video is that is the part that you deemed to be bullshit, but the overall objective of the video was to give Kanye his props and support him and say, I had to deal with him, you don't.
Let me say this again.
But you're not agreeing with he had to deal with him, is what you're saying.
I think it's just a little bit more nuanced to that, because first of all, we need to ask, where is Russell Simmons at now? Was Russell Simmons not the poster child victim of this thing called Me Too movement? The very beginning of this whole cancel culture thing, did it not knock on Russell Simmons' door first? Now we got to talk about why did Me Too movement knock on Russell Simmons' door first.
Just say you don't like Russell Simmons.
Oh, well, no. It's not about It's not about
not liking.
Yeah, no. But the only thing I'm saying is we was talking about
Kanye.
We was talking. Hold on. Let me get this out. You say what you want to say after this. I promise I'm gonna be quiet. We were talking about whether we agree with Kanye and the decisions that he made. And we went so far on Russell Simmons. We so deep into Russell Simmons' history. we are forgetting the fact that the whole reason we talking about Russell Simmons is because he was agreeing with Kanye and becoming independent. So I'm just that's the only reason why I said what I was saying. I don't want to beat Russell Simmons up because this ain't even really about Russell Simmons.
No, I'm not beating Russell Simmons up. I think
Boy, you kicking his ass. I'm talking about the eye black, the lip swole.
Jeremy.
You done broke the kneecap.
Now, Jeremy, let me ask you this, Jeremy. Is it not a very valid point to mention a person who has been so abused by the cancel culture movement in a conversation where his comments are about a brother who's being canceled?
But no one said it wasn't okay to mention him. He talking about you going down a road of kicking this nigga ass. Yeah, it's okay to mention him.
No, because
You done defamed this nigga. Them boy niggas that love Rockefeller like fuck the
he
Rock.
was disingenuous. He was disingenuous in his discourse about his relationship with Jews getting into business.
What's up, Evelyn?
I've studied it enough to know that Russell Simmons had opportunities to do things without using the Jews. He chose not to. That's first.
Facts.
And in that video, he made it seem like it was non de jour, like it was just a no-brainer that, in order to do it, I had to do it with Jews. And that just wasn't true. And so I thought that was disingenuous.
How you gonna tell that man his truth? He made it feel like he needed that push. That might have been what he needed. I ain't gonna lie. A lot of people we can discredit the Jewish community. Well, I ain't gonna say the Jewish community because our Jewish people aren't the Jewish people in power. But we can talk about them. But a lot of the reasons why we in the predicaments that we are now with those contracts and with those business deals is because we wasn't intelligent enough to try to take the steering wheel. Instead, we went with the program because we were coming out of poverty and we dealt with what we dealt with. What I'm taking from Kanye is that Kanye is saying we are in a different position in society today and we need to take more control and we need to do things on our own instead of sitting on the couch and going and buying foreigns and taking our time talking about fucking people's bitches and build our own shit.
I'm not against any of that. I think the whole point I'm making is simply that
Russell Simmons ain't your friend.
Russell Simmons is a very important figure in the beginning of hip hop and the businesses. And again, when Russell Simmons said everybody was Jewish, it was people that was doing business with people that wasn't Jewish. Russell Simmons came into the game and he facilitated so many relationships between Black entrepreneurs and Jewish investors that, okay, it seems like it's a great thing, right?
Well, he got a lot of people some money.
He found the money backing.
Yes. Like, he absolutely found a lot of people some money, which is great, right?
There's no Jay-Z without Rockefeller.
But when we look at and that's an even deeper cultural thing.
Right.
The state of hip hop today on how a black man would literally name his record label after a white man who did bad business and who was a snake. He was horrible as far as his treatment of other people. He was very much inhumane in his business practices. So,
how?
Well, when Rockefeller began,
if I offer you, let me explain the reason why I said how. I'm sorry. If you sign the contract, you sign the contract.
Right. Well, Rockefeller was employing tactics like if you owned like say Ziggy's owns, they got a nice little spot. We'll give a nice little plug to Ziggy's, right?
Shouts out to Ziggy's, man.
If Rockefeller started the Ziggy's, he would buy all of the whatever that Ziggy's needed in order to stay in business. And you wouldn't even have an opportunity to find any of those products anywhere. He would literally put you out of business with that type of move. And that's
what's up, Zaire?
You know what I'm saying? Essentially what Rockefeller did was during the railroad expansion, he went into certain companies and he would just buy up all the metal nails that hammered down the railroad ties. He put people out of business. He did some really dishonest things as well in business too. He cheated. It wasn't just signing the contracts. He was a double dealer. But neither here nor there. The point is this: it's just like Yo Gotti. Yo Gotti named himself after a white European, Italian, Sicilian. Like that ain't come nowhere from no Africa to have nothing to do with no black people. And so I saw a preacher the other day talking bad about Herschel Walker. I think Herschel Walker's cool too. But for you to get up there with a Greek letter Kappa damn sweater on, and then like you're some source of knowledge for black people when you don't understand it was the damn Greeks that came into Africa and destroyed the system of science that they had in Egypt. What they
That nigga can't read. That nigga done got hit too many times. They can't read. That nigga be up there talking slow as
He
hell.
does look like an old boxer.
Yeah, that nigga need to go. That nigga need to go ride that bike. I be on it, Planet Fitness. Man, shut the fuck up. Nah, I'm just playing. Let me quit doing that. But I feel what you're saying. We was talking about Ye, and we got so far away from Kanye.
Only because you wanted to resist. I was going to bring it all back in to make it make sense. You know, I understand you might not agree, but the reason why I said what I said is because when Kanye is bringing a conversation about business in the hip hop community between blacks and Jews, right? I'm saying Russell Simmons was at the foundation of hip hop, and he was very much chiefly responsible. He was in the front. Nobody was equal. He had no peers, and he is very much responsible for the linking up of these people. And when you listen to his video, if you listen to his perspective, it was a no-brainer. He had no choice, and he did.
Excuse me, sorry. You said he's responsible for the what?
He is responsible for like we were saying, getting people money. He was getting people signed to these labels that were owned by Jews, not the labels that were owned by black folks. You know what I'm saying? And so this was kind of his thing as Rush Management, and then later Def Jam, and working with Rick Rubin and getting the Adidas deal way back in the day. Which shout out to Russell Simmons. He was a trailblazer in certain ways. But I just think it's specificity to the conversation of the dominance of Eastern European, particularly New York and California Jews, the control that they have over the hip hop industry. It is very much related to the lazy business practices of people like Russell Simmons, who didn't use the model of, say, a Master P, who got out there with a $10,000 insurance check. That's just like getting a $10,000 business loan. And he built his business model from ground up, which is why today he's still selling you wraps, snacks, noodles, and everything else.
Yeah, but he ain't created no billionaires though.
But no, what I'm saying,
Master P got richer than everybody that he did business with.
Master P. Barack Obama, the Obama administration did more to affect and impact Master P's wealth than probably almost any American. Why you say that? Under Obama's administration, you know what they attacked? They attacked those public colleges. You don't see those commercials for, hey, man, you ain't doing nothing. You just sitting on the couch, Jeremy. Come on, get on up and get this technical education. What do you think We Are the Builders is? It's career technical education.
Yeah.
Trust me,
remember all those commercials.
How the Obama administration destroyed those technical educations. Why? Because he wanted to run your border up with all those people to come take those jobs. People would get at technical schools, like what Jeremy went to. When we give Jeremy his props, let's also give props to Media Tech for providing the type of career technical education where a brother was able to come out, get his education, and you know what I'm saying? Like that was vital to your success, was it not, Jeremy?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so when you take those types of things away, that would just be like flooding our borders with Polish filmmakers because we ain't making no Jeremy Joneses. You see what I'm saying? And so Obama was very much responsible. Y'all got to remember, what was Master P invested in? What did he have Lil Romeo doing? Public school.
What was the name of that school?
Not DeVry, ITT Tech.
Was it?
Yeah, ITT.
Yeah, ITT Tech.
And so those schools are gone. And when you look at what schools are remaining, it's those same legacy schools that are controlled by the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds. Those career technical education schools was owned by people like me who got my own vision. I don't got no Illuminati vision. I don't got the Democrat socialist vision. Our visions are usually common sense. We're from America. We're Americans. We see roads and bridges and schools failing. We got kids. We think about their future, where our kids going to work at. We see where the criminals and the crime comes from. It comes from people who ain't got no jobs, that are only goddamn dope that's coming across the border with pretty much no abandon. I mean, that take a genius to figure out. We got to give people something, a type of education to keep their ass from being the nigga who's stealing your motherfucking air out your car.
Hey, I'm just saying though, but respect.
It was ICDC College, not ICDC.
When you compare Russell Simmons and Master P as far as success, as far as what they accomplished and the type of people that they accomplished out of the businesses that they had, Russell Simmons was far more successful than Master P, and he ain't got no chips. Really? So that explains why he went the route that he went with the Jewish people, so he would have the type of funding.
Russell Simmons is in exile right now.
Yeah, because it wasn't like some kind of case or something, and he was already living out the country, so he just ain't got to come back or some shit like that. But That don't make that still don't say like look, you got 3 billionaires from one record label. You got Rihanna, you got Kanye, and you got Jay-Z. There is no millionaires left from No Limit Records. Just Master P.
All right, now let me tell you this right here. So when you're looking at the Rihannas and the Jay-Z's, Rihanna and Jay-Z, and this is the problem of making them the standard of black music.
It's not. It's just saying that these are the most successful.
And again, success, right? Because essentially, when Mia X and when all the brothers and sisters that was on No Limit was on, they was paying black hairdressers. They were spending money at black boutiques. They were creating a black economy in Baton Rouge and New Orleans, Louisiana.
Now they on Obamacare.
Now listen to me. Understand me this. But they were doing it with their own capital. They weren't doing what's called opium or other people's money. Now, what was happening in New York, because we have to understand New York was very much a home of the financial interests of banking Jews from all over the world, right? And so we got to understand that these Jews in New York, having somebody like Russell Simmons, who was the mouthpiece of Jewish banking interests, he was able to snatch up all the talent and bring it back to them and create, conglomerates that we look at and we say a success because he was solving the problems of white people.
But he solved a lot of nigga problems too. So what you saying? So what you saying is just because
you say there's no black people that's still left with Master P.
Ain't none of them niggas got no money.
I would argue, look at the case of Snoop Dogg. Look at the relationship he had with Liar Cole. With what's the Jewish dude's name from Interscope? I think his name would have been Jimmy Iovine, and he didn't own any masters. He went to Master P. Listen to Snoop Dogg tell you the story of when he went and signed to Master P and how Master P laid the game out for him and how
my fault, Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg's another successful one from No Limit.
Huh?
So I missed Snoop Dogg. I forgot about Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg is one person that was from No Limit that's still successful.
And he was really like the rest of them dudes on No Limit, man. Let's just be real.
But most of them No Limit people was from New Orleans, and them niggas is doing like us.
They wasn't the type of rappers. They wasn't the type of rappers that the quality of artists that other people had. Like Master P did a lot with nothing, including his own self.
That shit was popping back then. You crazy?
Because Master P did what they didn't do. Master P created a culture. He created a whole culture, and he did it without the benefit of New York banking Jews to back up everything he was doing. To where, yeah, he's gonna be.
So what good is building up a culture where you're the only one that survived? That's almost detrimental to black people too. All them people he got rich off of, ain't none of them people rich. So so you got to look at that too. But everybody that the nigga that fucked with the Jewish people with them niggas is all rich. Dame Dash rich and he ain't even part. He been gone from Rockefeller.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Like I understand the scheme of it, but the conclusion of it is you produce more billionaires when he did business with that Jewish man, and that's the reason why he said he had to, because it gave him more capital to do things with. But Russell Simmons ain't the only person that got rich with Russell Simmons. Motherfucking Master P is the only person that he brought in from the ground that really got rich with Master P, because Snoop Dogg was rich when he met Master P.
Yeah, but you're just talking about rappers. You got to go back and look at Master P has started an athlete sports agency.
Yeah, but I thought that's what we was talking about.
The fact that Jay-Z and Rockefeller have a sports division is because Master P did it first, and when Master P did it, they said he was retarded and crazy. Go back.
Which one is bigger?
Go back and read the articles of when Master P started his sports agency. Who are most of the sports agents?
I remember when Master P started the sports agency, but you're getting away from what we were saying. We was talking about whether Russell Simmons felt it was necessary to take money from the Jews to do what he was doing in the music business. He did what he did for the fact of making millionaires, and that's what he did.
Right, but he doesn't have control of anything. That's why he's in another country on motherfucking exile.
He don't have no
he's
power.
still chilling in the same neighborhood in motherfucking Louisiana.
He got more money than Silk the Shocker.
He made a lot of people's lives better they're not fucking rappers. You understand what I'm saying? Like, Master P got construction companies, he's got manufacturing plants. Master P is creating an economy.
Yeah, but that's outside of music, though. Russell Simmons took his platform and made some billionaire artists, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah, but look at Ye. He comes out with clothes. He makes money in multiple ways.
They all do.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, we skipping over the fact we skip. You pretty much. And there is nothing wrong with you having your opinion. There's nothing wrong with any of us having our own opinion. So from the interview that Russell Simmons put out with the objective of saying that he agrees with Kanye and that he should do it on his own, you took a personal offense to the fact that you feel that he didn't have to do what he did, even though what he did made a lot of people successful, more than just rappers. You got to think about the business execs and the A&Rs and the producers, all the people. There was a lot of people that are even still to this day making their own money from working with Rockefeller Records. Just Blaze, Timbaland, a lot of people made a lot of money. But when you talk about the infrastructure of Master P and compare it to the infrastructure of Def Jam, the conclusion is a lot of people are back to living normal lives and being in a tax bracket under $50,000 a year.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Makes sense.
So he may have felt like that was the move that he needed to make those things come to fruition. Does it make the people with the money more money? Yeah. If you go borrow $100 from the bank right now, you're gonna have to pay them back $146. That's no difference.
I think what I'm saying is this, to sum it all up. Nothing changes with the Russell Simmons method. With the Master P method, we actually gain control of the ancillary businesses besides rapping and dancing and sweating. Master P had a plan to actually employ people across a plethora of background and careers, not just Rihanna's and the tappers and dancers and sweaters and singers.
So you think that's all that? You think that's all? You don't think?
I think perhaps that gets lost when we talk about the amount of economic data that can be extrapolated out of the Obama administration. Again, I told you how much his policies harmed entrepreneurs like Master P in the private school, in the public school sector. So, the private school sector. So I think it's just when we look and we see what is success, when one man is literally going against the agenda of the bankers and the elites in this country, and we say, well, he was less successful than the man whose job it was to make sure that those same people were successful, I think we have to then quantify what we qualify as success. And for me, success for me is when you have entrepreneurs and leaders whose, particularly in the Black community, whose sole goal is to empower other people who look like them. Because we live in an economic system for far too long.
How many white artists they got on Rockefeller?
What was the question? How many what?
How many white artists they got on Rockefeller?
That's zero.
Oh,
you're again talking about the people who sweat to make money. I'm talking about the people who don't sweat.
No, you do. When you create jobs, you do hire people who sweat to make money. Same difference. It's almost like slavery.
I understand, but we're talking about the ball players and the singers and dancers, and so we call that sweat equity.
So what about the A&R who goes and travels and visits other record labels and look for talent?
Well, that's when our people have to be talented in front of the camera, right? And so as long as we're talented in front of the camera, again, we're talking about the engineers and we're talking about the ancillary businesses, the logistics companies. When Master P is selling chips, he ain't just selling chips. He's got trucking companies and people that's making money in logistics, brokering these trucks, moving these loads as distribution and product creation. So he's not just making chips. You know what I mean? So I think it's a difference when you look at somebody who's not outsourcing everything. Master P is not outsourcing. He is creating jobs from the inside. And I'm just saying, from when we talk about comparing success and failure, success are people who are creating a blueprint so that we have something that we can pass down to the next generation. Under the Russell Simmons plan, everybody's got to start all over again. We got to figure out something else new to do it. When we have a conversation about Kanye, because Kanye is showing us that we still don't have ownership.
Facts.
It's Tebow. You're right.
I agree. I agree that but this okay, bet. Listen, I'm gonna do this.
All Master P been preaching his whole career is ownership.
So all I'm gonna do is this. I'm gonna say two things, and then you can go wherever you want to go.
I want to hear why Elon's so bad.
Yeah, we definitely got to get into why Elon's so bad. So if I make $1 million in 1 year off 2% ownership, even though this deal doesn't favor me, I benefit $1 million off this deal for 2%. Or I got a deal where I make 80% and I make $120,000. I still feel like that 2% is worth way more than that, whether somebody else making more money than me or not. My $1 million puts me in a predicament to empower myself, whether I choose to do that or go back in and get another $1 million. That is all up to me, but that's why there are contracts and there are terms and contracts. You can either decide to agree with these things or disagree with these things.
Let me answer your question with Master P's words.
That ain't no question. That was just a statement.
But that's true. On MSNBC, he says, you just said if you get 2%,
well, you can buy yourself wherever you want to. What the consumer values you at is where your money gonna come from.
Yeah.
Right. And so
go ahead. Well, let me do my second one. And then I'm gonna shut the fuck up. Because I know I dispute everything because I got different views on stuff respectfully. You know what I'm saying? No disrespect to what you said. That was my observation of what you said, and that's how I took it.
Views. I don't have views. Yeah. I have facts.
No, it's not a fact. It's not a fact. Listen, it's not a fact. It's not a fact that Russell Simmons did not have to go through the Jewish people.
But so
I read all these books to have an opinion.
The fact is that he did.
This ain't Harry Potter. That's not Harry Potter we reading over here. This man said opinions.
So listen, since you highlighting opinions, before I say this last thing, it is your opinion that the way that man feel about how he carried out his business is or is not what he had to do, because it's not your business. That would make that your opinion of somebody else's business. You too smart for this shit. Don't do this to me, because I'll do it. Nigga, we already know you encyclopedia, nigga. We called out a page and you went straight to it and said what the fuck it was. But what I'm saying is reality. Reality. If you have an opinion about what somebody else done, whether it was beneficial in your eyes or beneficial in the next person's eyes, that is still your opinion about their business, because it doesn't make it a fact because that's how you feel. That's the truth.
Here's how it's not an opinion. It's because there's a book by brother Dr.
Did you say an honest opinion?
It's not an opinion.
It's not an opinion. Okay, I had to know, because if you said honest opinion, that's still an opinion.
Well, what I'm offering in my differentiation between the business of Russell Simmons and the business of Master P is predicated on one very important part. You talked about this earlier, and it was culture. You talked about the culture of the Chinese, and you talked about how the Chinese aren't doing this and they're not doing that because they have the protection of culture. And you
disagree with that, so now you're using it as ammo?
And the business model of Master P is for us to, because I challenge the fact that Chinese culture was no different than the black culture of the 1950s, where our families were also together. That was the part that you used about Chinese culture.
In the 1950s, but not for 3,000 years, bro.
Right? And my point was only that they had not invented some new culture that we already didn't have in America, because you said that we were lost and we didn't know something we didn't have.
We are. Understand
what I'm saying is this. We got $1,200 supercomputers in our hands, so there's no way that we can say that we know less than they do in 1950. And they do it
cheaper than that.
They had enough sense in 1950 to stick together.
Okay.
You see.
And we lack that. But the same people that have been sticking together for 3,000 years are still sticking together. That was the only point I was making.
No doubt.
Yeah, but you can't compare their 3,000 years to our almost 250 years as a country. Like, we are minute to the length of time If you're trying to compare it on that factor.
Listen, I didn't say that there wasn't factors that make it different. All I'm saying is it's different. That was all I was saying. And the fact that their culture being so long standing and not being mixed up and being a melting pot, there is a way that things work there, and it works better than for them, better than our system works for us. That's all I was saying. I understand, like, it's a lot of things that you like, a lot of ways of life over there that we don't agree with over here in this country.
You said earlier also on that, how China like literally killed hundreds of millions of people.
How many people we done killed in America?
Not hundreds of millions.
We ain't been around that long.
No.
If we've been around 3,000 years, we'd have 100 millions. We probably done almost caught up with how many people.
15 million.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Like, I'm pretty sure we could catch up with them if we was 3,000 years old in culture too.
But that was in a short period of time.
And this is just what's been documented. We don't even know what the fuck was happening over here before we colonized this place. So it's hard to even compare them numbers. Because technically, like we said, what we know as America is what, 250 years old?
Almost.
But that don't mean that these lands ain't been around since the beginning of time. So you can compare stuff that you got the information on, but when you start comparing other stuff, you can't because you don't have the information. But what I'm saying is, in comparison to a country that has been the same way for 3,000 years, our system is more confusing and more complicated than theirs because theirs has been the same for so long. Structured. Yeah.
And that's what, like he was saying earlier, like with parents being split and not having both parents, they have no structure.
And they don't have that very much as this.
Let me ask you this question. What is the name of the group of Chinese?
Don't start asking me no questions. Just tell me, because you bad about that. I don't know all this science. I'm not an encyclopedia.
All right. Well, the answer to the question is the Han Chinese. We are in the Han Dynasty. Yeah. So when we say it ain't been the same. We make a lot of assumptions and conclusions because we haven't studied the Ming Dynasty, the Qing Dynasty, the Mao Dynasty, and all these different dynasties to understand and arrive at the conclusion that I'm telling you. While they have an old history and culture, it is not older than our own. It is
of course not. Yeah.
The oldest stories that are talking about Asia, we can go back and look at even all of the religions of Asia that have the lion represented in the religions, but the lion is not indigenous to Asia. The tiger is. The lion was brought to Asia as a gift across what are known as seasonal winds. Today we call them monsoon winds because they're named after a tribe of East Africans named the Mons people. That's the reason.
I understand that, but those are some more of the small factors that ain't even relevant to the point that I made. Like, all I was saying is the structure of their environment is different than ours. They're not dealing with the things that we deal with in the Black community in America. For
example, when you use the family, because the assumption was that you have to have a 3,000-year-old culture to maintain family. I showed you that in the 1950s, 90 years after slavery, after the destruction of our culture, we still had families intact.
And what do we have
today?
today?
That's what changed it. What do you believe changed?
That's what I'm talking about. The Great Society. The Great Society was a program that I say was socialist and it was communist and it was Marxist. Yeah. It was designed to take the man out of the home. Socialism and Marxism does not work until
which is something they don't deal with where we talking about, right?
Which is like you said earlier with Biden signing the 1994 crime bill. They just converted you from socialist to
China,
Democrats, which are socialist Democrats for the most part.
Here's the thing. In China, they have a different set of circumstances because how many people live in China? 2 billion or some people live in China?
There you go, making excuses. I just said what I said. You making excuses of why it is like that. I'm just saying it's like that.
Yeah, they have limits on how many children they can actually have in China. So while we say
they got rid of that,
while we say they family stick together,
it used to be only one child.
Deal with 6 and 7 kids,
which works better for their society.
Yeah, sure, you could say
and
that.
That's all the type of shit I'm saying.
The only way you get there is you have to first murder, I think, the 18 million people that they murdered first to get to that number, to get to where they're at. So it's like, do you want to be a part of the 18 to 20 million people to get murdered? And are we going to say that's a good part of your culture? Like,
so how do you know on these lands it ain't been that many people murdered in the same amount of time?
Chinese food, but you ain't been doing Chinese history. So
Well, all I'm saying is, like you said, as far as America as a country, we have a limited amount of time that we can date back on how many people in America. Like, of course, you make those comparisons. You compare the amount of time, the numbers would be exponentially different. So I feel what you're saying, but it still boils down to the point that the way that their society is works better for them than the way our society is in America. That was the only point that I was making. I wasn't saying that I would rather be a Chinese. I'm just saying
your
that
podcast to put it in the blender.
Look how
You're gonna change your podcast to put it in the blender.
Like we are the melting pot, so everybody's welcome.
Economy.
You hear me, Jeremy?
That's different than
It
culture.
is the economy that brings people here.
But that's different than culture. We're talking about culture.
Yeah, we don't have culture. It's the
This
capitalist.
nigga will have a forensic expert come on his show and be like, "So, nigga, how'd you learn forensics?"
Hell yeah, I'm gonna ask you because I don't agree.
Honestly,
I respectfully don't agree, and I don't mind having the backstory. I don't mind having the backstory of why the men in the army wear purple socks.
Right.
But if it doesn't prove anything that we talking about, it doesn't mean no fucking good.
Right. I don't know what you call a disagreement in absence of facts. And so what that has served to do is I've been trying to give you some nuggets. And you know what I'm saying? While I respect your difference of opinion, I think sometimes you just gotta let stuff be said and people do their research to find out if it's bullshit or not. But I just think that when people dispute in absence of facts, it detracts from the overall theme and where I'm trying to take something to, and then it appears that I'm just being too verbose and trying to give too much or trying to give too much history when I'm not. I'm just trying to make a narrative, and I apologize sometimes because I have such a vast array of history to call upon. It might seem like I'm beating Russell Simmons upside the head, but a lot of people in this Kanye conversation are not talking about the fact that Russell Simmons don't live in America because he's a goddamn victim of Me Too, which is a cancel culture with the same goddamn thing that's trying to swallow Kanye West up. So I think those are some very important motherfucking points to make. And if I get the opportunity,
if you talking about Russell Simmons, but if you talking about Kanye,
the load of what it is that I'm saying, because I'm, you know what I'm saying, I'm trying to string together things that the average person is not taking the time to conceptualize. And so when a person like me that comes in that you already know is an encyclopedia, sometimes you got to let me lay my pages of my encyclopedia down and people just go do their own research.
I'm going to go to sleep before you get there because you go to 10 different houses before you visit home. That's all I'm saying. And I don't mind. And listen, I don't mind the information. But the information takes you so far away from the point, you forget what you even discussing it for.
No, we don't. The whole point we were discussing was Kanye West, and we were discussing
whether we agree with his decision or not.
Was he right or was he wrong? And I said Kanye's situation is economic. And so when you judge in a situation economics, we can't sit here and say what we feel. We have to be able to talk about numbers. So I talked about how much cash is estimated that he had. And I talked about the situation and the status of those contracts that he's in. But we also talked about we don't know if that's a win or a victory until we see exactly how much money these people are able to capitalize and monopolize off of his ideas and his brand. So that we have to hold judgment on that. Now,
but how can they capitalize when he's taking ownership over everything and self-producing?
No, but they were though.
Where's he getting it produced at?
No, I'm pretty sure he's looking for self-production at this point. That's why when that lady asked him,
he's gonna be making jobs for people
for sure. I said all that at the beginning of the stream. He'll be creating. If he opens up a chain of Ye stores and his prices are affordable, he can employ people all over the country.
We are not contending that point. You have literally made a man of straw, and you are arguing with your man of straw. That is not what I'm saying. Pay attention to what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is that any judgment cannot be had on how this has gone and affected him financially until we know exactly how much these people have been able to capitalize off of his intellectual property. We don't know that today, sir.
Well, the numbers were projected off sales that they already had. So they projected numbers. Like, if you do business, Yeezys didn't come out 6 months ago.
Oh, if we knew you would say numbers and you wouldn't be saying what you're saying, you would just be saying.
Adidas did say that they would lose 250 million.
250 million. So what you mean we don't know no facts?
Well, Jeremy, can you share with him, you know, we as investors, it's called a quarterly report.
This nigga act like I ain't no investor. Don't play with me.
We got to look at the quarterly report, and we got to see the earnings reports of these companies.
So
that's
how
why-
can you say we got to look at the
Well,
quarterly report, but then you just
Adidas
said we
says-
can't project how much money they gonna lose? That don't make no sense. That's
Well,
that's what I was about to say. Like you can
I
check
never
the
said-
sales from the last 4 years and find out what Yeezys have been making and how much has been progressing. Even if you go with the smallest number, you can project that for the next year.
But sir, we're not projecting sales numbers. We're projecting the breakdown of who's getting the money,
You don't know the percentages in the contracts. You can't.
which is exactly why I said that we have to suspend judgment on whether that was a success or a failure.
Nah, you crazy.
Right?
We know that what he was arguing about in his spiel was the fact that these contracts don't benefit the people whose artistic creativity is being utilized the most. So we know that from a fact from what he said that these contracts didn't benefit him as much as he felt they should.
You're a man of straw. You love to fight your man of straw.
This nigga
I
crazy.
never said that was not true. I never disputed that. You're arguing points that are not in contention. I am only contending.
You know, NCAA, they had to stop using the likeness of football players because it came out that you have to pay that college student.
Facts. And then they decided that they would come back out with the NCAA stuff.
Like your
just
likeness
because
has a value.
Facts.
Did you get my Facebook message?
I ain't gonna lie. I've been in the chat reading. It's an audio message. How am I gonna listen to an audio message on live stream with you? You see what I'm saying? Like it'd be that type of stuff, and then you would tell me I'm fighting with the straw man, but you send me an audio message on live. Bro, don't do me.
Oh my God.
It's a radio advertisement and a promo spot for a live event that we're doing on November the 12th. It's a radio advertisement.
Why didn't you just play it? This nigga getting old, y'all. He just getting old.
That's
What did Adidas just do? Really, to keep it 100, what Adidas just did is gave this man free reign to make the same money that they was making off his products, probably even more, considering he dropped
gonna buy it. We
I
gonna buy
did
it.
see a
So
video.
what they're trying to do is they're trying to water down this man.
That are Adidas. It's the same shoe. It just now says Adidas on it instead of Yeezy.
Oh, yeah.
That's what
They already
yeah.
took his first, the 720s.
Yeah, they done took some stuff from him, but you got some people
They
calling
buying
for a
that
ban on Adidas to where they ain't buying that shit.
I ain't buying
That
it.
shit can affect you. Listen, if you got enough people to follow you, which we know this nigga do, which is part of the reasons why Stranger Things put him in a stranger situation. So, with his following, even with the people that don't fuck with Ye, the people that fuck with Ye is enough for Ye to boom.
It'll be okay.
They ain't gotta not fuck with him. All they gotta do is mention this man, talk about him. All they got.
Why
What?
they try to cancel him off of everything?
That's why I'm
With
saying
him
that
being in the media right now ain't doing shit but helping him.
facts. Facts.
That's true.
Preach. You see what I'm saying? When something make perfect sense, I do not mind agreeing with it. But if that shit sound like Jambalaya Jake, then I'm gonna go Ocho. I'm sorry. And I
old
don't.
man. This nigga said Jambalaya Jake.
I'm just saying,
You're
bro.
old man.
Hey, man, fuck it. But I'm just saying, there is no way you can tell me that Master P put more money in black people's pocket than Russell Simmons. Nigga, please. Two different type of tax groups. Nigga, please.
Okay.
I don't care. I don't care how bad the
Okay, but was
contract
he
is.
talking about the actual numbers, or was he talking about
What he was talking about.
was he talking about actual numbers that Master P had actually put in people's hands, or was he talking about the amount of money, or the amount of things that Master P inspired for black wealth to grow? Because that's a larger number.
Not necessarily, because Rockefeller had Rockaware employees. You got to think about all the stuff that branched off from Rockefeller. Think about how many people got paid and employed from paid in full movies, state property movies, just
Okay.
different things. Like we
All
can
right.
talk about Master P because this nigga got noodles and chips. But what I'm saying is, it ain't nobody that worked for Master P that's nowhere near the level of Master P. You got Jay-Z, you got Beyonce, you got Kanye. That is 3 people alone who surpassed Russell Simmons that worked for Russell Simmons under these same contracts that were for these companies that these Jews signed. That's what I'm saying.
Eminem.
Okay.
Eminem got some Rockefeller money?
No, he has his own record company. He
Yeah,
worked with Jews to start with
on everything.
Like,
so what I'm
like,
so getting it. So that's no.
But that's where Russell Simmons was also saying like he worked with him.
Yeah, he worked with them. Yeah,
because he knew that's where he would gain.
That's where the bread at.
Money.
You know, you need that help. You need like in the business, you need that help. But what I'm just saying, if you look on an overall spectrum of how many people ate off Rockefeller, I'm pretty sure we can go get some stats on this. I'm pretty sure you can look at the number. The number is way bigger. You can look at the amount of people, way bigger. Look at the amount of employment, way bigger. So we can say this shit, but really Master P created a whole bunch of ways for people to stay broke and for him to make money off of them if you want to keep it 100. Yeah, if I open up a restaurant, it's not for you to get rich. It's for you to work that motherfucker.
I mean, yeah, people ain't starting businesses to... I mean,
yeah, people start businesses to be successful, to be rich.
It's not to give away their money.
Man, you can book Mr. Servon right now for $250. Fuck you talking about?
Who?
Exactly. One of Master P's artists. My nigga, exactly. Shit. Yeah, man. T-Bo made niggas more money than Master P did.
Master P did good for what he was doing for his people in his area at the time. He did create a culture.
But any success that we thought they had, nobody sustained it. His brother Silk the Shocker didn't get nowhere.
Well, we knew that was.
So I'm just saying, like, and he had some good artists. Mac lost his freedom at the beginning. Mac, I don't know if everybody know Mac. He just got out the penitentiary not too long ago. To me, that was my favorite artist from No Limit until Mystical. But you can't even like Mystical no more. This nigga can't stop catching motherfucking sex charges. This nigga got a taking pussy problem. I can't rock with you. I don't give a damn how unpredictable you is. All you did was show us how unpredictable you is. So what I don't know. That's why I said we got to agree to disagree, because I mean, you can talk about the nigga with the noodles because that's who you like the most. But if you want to be actual and factual about the shit, niggas at Def Jam did way better than niggas at No Limit. Still to this day. And your first contract ain't never your last contract. It ain't your next contract. You know what I'm saying? Niggas got better deals. Niggas start owning their own companies. That's how you got a good music. That's how you got a Rock Nation. All that shit stems from fucking Russell Simmons.
All right, can I play this?
Yeah, go ahead, run it. I'll put you full screen too while you running it. Why I say you're not on the screen? Oh.
Black Power 96.3 FM radio is supported by listeners like you and by We Are the Builders, a skilled trades academy empowering the next generation of builders.
That's how we are
Presenting
the
a live
builders.
lecture on location featuring King Sick, Saturday, November 12th at 11 a.m. at the Enoch Davis Center, 1111 18th Avenue South in St. Pete. Seats to the November 12th King Sick lecture can be reserved at wearethe.builders. That's www.wearethe.builders, or by calling 727-481-1020. That's 727-481-1020.
Shout out to that good royalty-free music in the
Hey
background.
man, we got to teach you how to run your ads without showing your iCloud.
I'm sorry.
I hate it here, man. Hey, bro.
Man, don't put us in your personal business, dog. Let us know what's popping, dog. You feel me? He put you in the personal business. Get us out your motherfucking browser, nigga.
It ain't nothing but a business email address.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of business you running. Don't get me caught up in no Rico.
14,000 spam ass messages. You hear me?
I hate that shit in my business account. That shit is annoying. Man. That shit is fucking annoying, man. But listen, man, I've been trolling you for 3 hours.
Good thing I've been on Clubhouse for 2 years.
Just say I can't keep up. What you talking about? What you talking about, Evelyn? How I can't keep up? See, I think, and you know what? That is a
Look at him.
beautiful
He
thing.
catching fans. He catching fans.
Yeah. Shouts out to King Sick in that hairline he got. Now listen, we not just because we have different points of views and there are things being said that don't line up for everybody, don't necessarily mean nobody's wrong. These are our I ain't messing with you, Evelyn. I'm on your head now. Nah, this is all for Evelyn. No, I'm just messing with you. But that's why Put It in the Air is great, because I could yell at him and say, you wrong to the motherfucker. And he could yell at me and say, you talking to stick people. And we can smile and laugh and talk. But the fact is if somebody else grabs something positive, grabs something informative from this information, it's better for the viewer. You know what I'm saying? That's why interactive podcasts are always better. You know what I'm saying? You got to figure out a way to get me off. I got you, Jay Rich. I got you. But yeah, man, it's, we all got different views, and that's what make messages important, especially when you got people
too old for this shit. Type all this typing.
Yeah, you hear me? Hey, these messages help us decipher information different. You can see how two intelligent people can look at the same situation and have completely 2 point of views, and the contrast between them is where you find what your own truth is versus being pushed narratives. We don't push narratives. You know what I'm saying? We do give our opinion, but we don't push narratives. So that's what makes it, you know what I'm saying, even better for me. Hey, I appreciate it, Evelyn. That's love. That's love.
We do push certain narratives.
I don't push no narratives. And when you do, I'm going to get on your ass.
Now, we push narratives like we want to stop the killing of black men.
Facts.
Black men. We want that narrative. We also
appreciate that, Evelyn.
You know what I'm saying? We also want to push the narrative of, us supporting and controlling the corner stores and the beauty supply stores in our communities.
Facts.
Because when we don't own those stores in our communities,
the black ones in our community.
When we don't own and control those stores in our communities, when we talk about how integration was bad for us, I think there's still an opportunity for us to make sure that we take control of those basic needs and services in our community. And that's, forgive me for looking at Master P in a different light than Russell Simmons, because I think Master P has always taken the unpopular route, and the unpopular route has always been to keep everything as black as possible. I mean, when you look at the amount of banks that black people own in this country, like when they was talking about Kanye West, when Kanye West didn't have a bank, if he started a bank with his own money, it would be the black bank with the most money in it.
Facts. I can agree with that.
So, you know what I mean? Like,
I respect Kanye.
What Master P is doing is, again, when we say slavery is a choice, for those people who revolted and you know what I'm saying, created some sense of outcry, because Nina Simone has a quote that says, if a person treats you a certain way and you don't complain about it, they can say that you liked it. And so I think that
I've heard that before.
Right, and when we don't make any complaints and we don't try to move away from the economic system that's been created in hip hop, the message is that we like it,
or we accept it at least.
Yeah,
sure, accept it.
We're okay with dealing with it.
Right, we're okay with dealing with it. And then the harmful part is when we celebrate the people who, like I feel like Russell Simmons, he further exacerbated our dependence on Jewish capital. And you notice how, man, you can't say nothing about them. It's quick. Yep. They say all kind of racist shit about us. You know what I mean? Like, make movies about us. Got motherfuckers wearing dresses.
Okay. Hold on. So how do y'all feel about Lakeith Stanfield saying that? Wait, hold on. What did he say? He said that black music, if you support, like this new age rap, that you're. I can't remember what he said. Doggone. He just posted it.
Facts. That's real talk, Jay Rich. We gotta do some love.
He said if you're for gangster rap, you can't also be for black. Y'all,
you can't.
How do you feel about that?
It's destructive.
It's
All right,
promoting
well,
that lifestyle to continue hurting
when we
others
say
and
gangster
killing
rap,
each
we
other.
can't confuse this right now with gangster rap. We really can't.
Like, does Jay-Z
I'm
go
not
to the
confusing it. I'm not confusing it.
I'm gonna make
Like-
the argument again because when y'all look at the type
Jay-Z ain't going to no motherfucking hood. When
Look at all that money
he
he
took
got.
when he took Oprah to the
He
hood,
left.
you don't think security was on all corners of that
Yeah.
street? And I ain't talking about the
I
homies.
want y'all to understand something.
Because it's the people in your
Specifically,
neighborhood that
these
are
four
going to kill
books
you. It's the people you're closest around.
Go ahead, Sick. KGB.
Specifically, these 4 books right here. KGB Inside Story. Specifically, these books right here.
I'm glad you're showing them too, because I have them to where I can go back in them.
Now, a lot of people are not out here reading about the intelligence communities, right?
About what communities?
Intelligence communities. I make the argument that at a certain time in hip hop was absolutely infiltrated by intelligence operatives, right? And if we know anything interesting about, again, when we say the Jews only control the record labels, I don't want to get too deep. When we say they only control their record labels, anything that they have a controlling economic interest in, these people are there.
But who said they only had control of the record labels? I think
I'm trying to figure out that too.
Because they involved in a lot of shit.
Yeah.
We focus on white supremacy, but we never say nothing about Jewish supremacy.
Right, because it is very much cloaked.
Pass laws for Asians.
Well, because Jewish people claim they, but Jewish people, claim themselves as being white people?
Well, when they suspended Whoopi Goldberg in February, they said they did.
But she's back.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Six.
During Black History Month. Black History Month, by the way. It was during Black History Month. Suspended her ass during Black History Month.
We gonna kick a nigga off old Black History Month?
Because they didn't know what white people was. And their last name is Goldberg.
That's some crazy shit, bro.
It's the people you can't speak on.
So yeah,
Stranger Things.
But I don't want to get too deep into it, but I just think that it's one of the most dangerous things that we do not understand the Jewish community. We do not understand Israel. We do not understand Israel's impact on black politics. Where's that book there? Hold on a second.
Juice, what you cooking, bro? Let me find out you making a spread.
Hey, I promise I ain't cooking nothing. I'm over here putting the starch down on these shirts, man.
That boy over there getting it in. You hear me? Boy, I ain't ironed no clothes in 20 years.
Man, I gotta be sharp.
Show that again, Sid.
I had to go get my other stack of books.
Good Lord, I ain't got that type of time.
Okay, so
Read
look,
books?
this one right here.
You got a library in your crib, bro?
Man, listen, I ain't fucking with him.
This one right here, look at it.
But you gotta remember, on YouTube, you can just like play an audiobook.
Facts.
While you do a workout, do an audiobook. While I drive around, I listen to different books. I'm gonna listen to every one of these while I drive to work.
For sure, yeah, we definitely gonna audio book it. Yeah, I ain't got that type of time.
Anything's out there available.
You ain't got time to be flipping pages?
That nigga got 65 books in the live stream. Fuck the library. He got his own.
Use them in.
That nigga got a live
I
stream.
like that he was ready. Like they was almost all within reach.
Man, you see, he took off running and got them motherfuckers. They all over the house.
That was the other stuff.
I bet you ain't got no dishes. Let me find out you niggas eating
got
burgers
books.
on books. Yeah, you niggas eating burgers on laminated books in this motherfucker.
Look, so this is an important book right here.
You don't have no unimportant books.
No, I really don't.
I know you
Why
don't.
would you have it if you did?
Man, listen, the first person to introduce me to 48 Laws of Power was this man. He said you need to read, and you know what? It changed my life. Because a lot of situations, whether they for the positive or the negative, is for the perspective of the totality of the people.
That's the whole thing. That's the whole mentality of the book.
Yeah,
You can't handle the information that you are getting out of the book and
Fact.
knowing where to put that information and how to use that information. Because not every single law of power is to be used at the same time.
Facts or at all. Because it might not even apply to your life.
Right.
Come on now. Or you may not have the mental for it. You may not have the mental for it.
What I took from 48 was learning how to control my outcomes.
Oh man, come on now.
And knowing how to understand my environment. You was there, that penitentiary boy. You know, I had to learn how to deal with a community
of snitches.
No. You know, whether it was car, no, you ain't lying. Whether it was car issues, black issues, political issues with the police, like just different shit. Like I got a chance to really experience some real life situations in them 3.5 years, and I didn't even go to the worst of places.
About that one.
Yeah, I didn't even go to the worst of places.
Yeah, it definitely teach you. It'll teach you a little bit of diplomacy.
Respect. Yeah, diplomacy. That's a great.
Teach you a little bit of diplomacy because while you might want to hit everybody upside the top of the head, I don't know who everybody is here with.
On everything.
I remember one time telling somebody, he said, "Man, I want to fight you." I was like, "You can't." He didn't know what that meant. He had to go look it up.
Well, I remember that one time they was trying to fight you. I stepped up and was like, listen, y'all fight him, y'all fighting us.
Woo. Hey, man, they wasn't ready for me, man. People was mad about me. Hey.
Nigga, listen, once we got to a certain place, I consider you, like, we have no biological identity with each other, but you are a brother of mine.
Come on, dog.
Yeah. And that shit supersede all that shit. I'm like, nigga, I don't give a fuck what he from. Y'all touch him, we ride.
He definitely had some bloods that was ready to ride for him, so I know that had, and it wasn't just one; it was two.
You know, more than that.
Boy, when I say, boy, listen, when the right person say something, everybody better.
So
you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah.
The beauty of the time we was in, because the time we was in, it was actually like a time where I started to see not all the little walls of different sets come down, but I started to see real ones from 90s was fucking with homies from the set. Like shit you see 10, 15 years ago, you would have never seen that. But I think after a certain amount of time, like cats that look through, because it ain't a set alive that can say you didn't have no snakes or no weirdos or no busters.
In your own camp.
Everybody had them. So you had to admit you had them. And at the end, it was almost like you had the real cats from 90s, the real cats from 60s, the real cats from GD, the real cats from... And it was almost like you just had to respect it. Even if you didn't sit down and break bread, you still just kind of had to respect it. Like, okay, I know you. You know what I mean? And
absolutely. So we living in close quarters. You got to figure it out.
Plus you had to, like, you know what I'm saying? You really just couldn't be on all that old real shit.
I remember my celly was an Aryan, a top Aryan. And this motherfucker, like, I told him when he walked in the show, I said, listen, I snore, don't wake me up. Listen, we will be fine.
Say he snores.
Leave me the fuck alone.
And then they moved me down to B unit, and I was in that dorm, and I told everybody the day I moved. Everybody, what's up, Big A? Oh, you didn't move you to B. Oh, it's a party. No, listen, I snore. Don't wake me up, cause I don't know what I'm gonna do to you.
It's funny that you say that, bro. Because nobody will understand what we mean about it's a party.
It's a party. Listen, you could be on the same yard. The only time you see some of these people is the chow hall or if we got sporting events. So when you end up on the same unit as them, everybody celebrates, especially if you somebody that's any kind of influence or got some money or got the move.
Everybody, man, what?
Man, I went Boston George on B unit. I went crazy. I said, I got to get the fuck out the P here, nigga. I got every new touch screen that's touching. And I ain't even seen the day of light. I don't even know where the fuck this phone came from, but it's mine.
Y'all remember the day they got on Corey with his little phone, his little face. On Stoutenborough?
Yeah. Sick.
Bro, that was an ugly day.
That was an ugly day.
I think everybody was like, damn.
Hey, fuck that. What about when Brother Williams jumped out the window and chased for the bag? Hey, listen, when we say Brother Williams, we talking about a nigga that was in church, walked around with his shirt tucked in, kept his head skin bald like the lieutenants, and talked to these niggas about sports all the time. and was the Bible man, nigga. The Bible man hit that whatever he hit, nigga jumped out that window going to get that thing, boy. I'm talking about that shit'll break down Jesus in the penitentiary, boy. Good change. Oh yeah, I feel you, Jay Rich. Yeah, reading do something different for you, bro. Like when you see the words and you incorporate the words and you take them in and you actually understand what you're reading, it is a little different than audio books. But I ain't gonna lie, I don't have the time to sit down for what you call it. Like I can listen to audio books while I'm at the gym, like bro was saying. I go to the gym for about an hour and a half every day. You know what I'm saying? So I can get in there, put that audio book in my ear.
You can work out to that?
Huh?
You can work out to that?
I can work out to anything as long as I'm not paying attention to the women in the tight pants.
How do you?
I need a distraction in the gym. I ain't gonna lie. You see hoofs and everything in that motherfucker. I'm like, bro, I ain't gay by no means. So I'm a look.
I don't see nothing. I need to hear some Young Jeezy, and I'm good.
Man, nigga, I can work out.
Hey, hold on. Have you heard Young Jeezy new album?
Is it good?
Man, yes. Go play that.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out. Shouts out to Young Jeezy, man.
For real.
Yeah, bro. I go in the gym, man. I be like, it'd be hard for Ocho not to kick in.
What'd you say, King?
The other music is Young Jeezy, but this new music, that's old Jeezy.
Oh man, this new
or just Jeezy.
Yeah, this ain't Young Jeezy. This old.
He talked about his growth though.
Jeezy,
absolutely, but that's.
I mean,
okay.
the genderless.
What else do you expect to see?
Lady, the child of no gender he got going on.
Child of no gender.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't know he got a baby D Wade? He in a baby D Wade situation.
Hey, you ain't. Hey, he ain't gonna never let no situation. You can't. You can speak a little positive about a nigga, but hold on. Let me bring up this dirt real quick. Hold on. Did you hear
for real with the Asian lady?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
yes, sir. Chinese checkers.
Yeah, I had to scratch my shit on that, nigga. I washed my hair this morning. Yeah, that's rough, bro. I'm sorry.
You're gonna raise the child with no gender.
So what about the fact that they saying that D Wade influenced his child to change genders for money? How credible do you think that is? I don't think that's that credible.
Ain't nobody in D Wade's house with him and his wife and his child when they having them conversations.
Well, first of all, I want to know who
they making that shit up.
Who uses their $1 million status to go and get the mama a gag order where she can't even comment on her own child's well-being?
Oh, she got a gag order on her? Oh, yeah. There might be room for political bullshit there then. And Gabrielle Union is one of those people who was outspoken at one point in her career. She didn't mind talking and doing interviews. I ain't seen her in years. She in that little weird TV show. Shit.
They did that little weird TV show of theirs.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, she used to do interviews and all that type of shit.
Oh,
she
yeah.
don't do that shit no more.
When you saw Gabrielle Union, you felt some black power going on.
Facts.
You
thought it was some excellence there.
Absolutely. She walked into the room, and now that could be because of Deliver Us from Eva, and all the other little shows.
I mean, she a beautiful woman.
Absolutely.
And she plays some important roles in movies. Like, you got to give her props, but I ain't gonna lie, man. I feel like children shouldn't be able to make decisions on gender until
you don't need to be thinking about your gender at your young age.
Facts.
Worry about them books.
Facts.
Yeah. Come on, man.
You need
Worry
to be
about them damn books.
Like while we making it a big deal to teach this gender shit to kids, what we should be teaching them is how to improve their credit and how to
credit.
Yeah,
teach them the shit they don't teach us.
Facts, the stuff about life that's important.
This is how they try to keep us dumb.
Important.
This how they try to keep us dumb, talking about stuff and pushing stuff in the media about stuff that doesn't matter. We don't give a damn about who picking what gender. Are they smart? Can they make the world run when we gone?
Facts.
Can they think for themselves?
Yeah.
Can they make hard decisions? Can they make critical decisions? That's the word I was looking for. Can they make critical decisions when it counts? Yeah. Those are the things that matter. We get so caught up on the stuff that the media wants to push out. We forget to be humans.
Facts. Preach.
I really
Teach, young man.
I don't be watching no TV. I don't care what TMZ shows. I mean, I think that was disrespectful as fuck. Show his head hanging out, like the brain, like TMZ on the.
You going back to Quavo?
Takeoff.
I mean,
on Takeoff, like
on Takeoff,
that's disrespectful as shit to be on there. Like, but that fails.
So you can put a lot. You can put a literal
TMZ.
murder. You could put a literal murder on TV and not get banned, but then you say something about the wrong group of people and they cut your ass off.
To desensitize us. The more we see,
they've been decent. Bro, you've been playing video games. You've been playing Grand Theft Auto, Vice City. You've been going all through them, and you've been playing Call of Duty. They've been desensitizing us. What you mean? This ain't nothing new. This is the goal. They want to be able to throw anything at us now, test us out, keep pushing us. So when it comes to the point where they have to push something across us that may not be so politically
you won't
correct.
Be hostile. Yeah, you won't be hostile.
We're not going to be hostile. We're going to be so used to the bullshit they've been feeding us that we're like, oh, guess it's just some more bullshit. No.
That's that critical thinking that it takes.
Absolutely. We be eating that shit up. You like that shit, don't you? Y'all like that shit.
Nigga, I play 2K every day. And
I don't play video games.
I like Division because the Division is like post-apocalyptic.
Hold on. I'm not saying that there's anything. My what I was saying had nothing to do with the video games.
Oh, I thought you asked if I still play video games.
That was it. The main thing was to bring apart the desensitization that they have done to us. It had nothing to do with if you play games or not.
Yeah. No, I thought you literally said, "Do you play video games?"
I mean, yeah, but that was just.
I mean, you got to think.
That was the hype. I was
walking
you to the
door. I'm with you, but you got to think. Niggas done smoke weed now, so when you say something, nigga, we listening to you, and then sometimes nigga get confused, like nigga, just to me, you know what I'm saying?
You got me feeling like, damn, yeah, I play the video game.
Hey man, listen, Brandon walked in the house and he was like, damn, what size is that? A 65? I'm like, nah, that's a 75. This TV don't get no action but PlayStation 5. I can't remember the last time I watched a TV show on this motherfucker. I don't even watch movies, nigga. I'd rather play PlayStation. That's just what I do. That's my shit. And I do gaming videos too. So check that out on the channel. You know what I'm saying? But I totally understand what you're saying about the desensitizing, and it's bad. That's like I was saying with TikTok the other day when we was doing late night vibes. I can scroll through my TikTok right now and see soft porn.
Sure. Twitter ain't stopped that shit either.
Through it and
that's crazy.
Twitter ain't stopped that shit either. People go to Twitter just to go watch some freaky shit.
So I know we was all little boys at one time. So if you able to see some titties, you gonna look at some titties.
Absolutely.
And these little bitty kids is looking at pussy lips and titties through pants on a regular basis. This shit is intoxicating. I mean, intoxicating for the kids.
Intoxicating?
Yeah, all of that. Yeah, they get drunk off titties and pussy. So when they go to school, what they looking at? Titties and pussy.
Well, I mean, look at the clothes and shit. You know.
Yeah, before I looked at the functions of titties and pussy and got
Where you going with this?
Pussy.
Where you going with this? Because ain't nothing changed from how we was back then. Except
that's a lie.
Social media now.
That's a lie.
Hey, what? You wasn't looking at Daisy Dukes?
I wasn't seeing homosexuals kiss on TV.
You might not have been.
You gotta remember.
You ain't number like 22 anyway. So your shit don't even go back that far.
Come on,
when I was a kid,
how old are you?
That shit was like that was.
I'll be 40 on my birthday party on the 27th.
So you switch. That's 7 years older than me. Okay.
Somewhere, like,
I told you I'm way older than you, little nigga.
It wasn't as simple as typing it in.
Yeah, it wasn't as simple.
80s baby.
Yeah, like a 8 deuce. Yeah.
Oh my god.
So you know what I'm saying? Like you didn't cut on the TV. When you cut on the TV, you seen WWF, the news channel. If you was sneaky enough and you put that little pin into the antenna, you could watch the box. And then they came out with the box underground shit where they was actually showing like bitches naked and shit.
Oh, what?
Like,
BT After Dark, Flavor TV, all that.
Yeah, but I'm saying I had to be almost 20 years old for that type of shit. When I was a kid, nigga, you was lucky to get cartoons on Saturday morning.
You're supposed to be popping on that TV without permission.
Boy, what? And you better hope that the older siblings ain't watching something else.
Because you ain't watching nothing you want to watch.
What? trying to get on the
That's
phone.
right.
One of them on the phone, the other one watching TV. You can't play Nintendo.
You can't do
or
nothing.
Nope.
Yeah, mad the motherfucking that bitch. I hate all you motherfuckers.
Hey, but that just shows we had good childhoods. Talking about some TV.
Shit, I ain't gonna lie. I became a gang member. That shit wasn't good.
All I'm saying
I
is you had
survived.
a television.
I survived.
You had a television, and you were black and in poverty.
Yeah, nigga, we was broke with the color TV, cracking.
What was lacking other than just being broke?
Yeah, looking at the Atari, playing Galaxy and shit. Little bitty spaceships that go left, right, up, down and shit.
Man,
Yeah.
That's the good old time.
But all right, man, we're gonna cover this Elon Musk thing and then we're gonna get out of here. We've been on this bitch about 4 hours.
Boy, ain't nothing wrong with it. Sometimes you need a good conversation in. You know how we do.
Hey man, what y'all think about doing this shit like a couple times out the month or something?
I can do it. I'm with it. I think I'm with it.
So we'll set up a certain day. We'll have a conversation, set up a certain day, and then we'll book these for a certain day out of each month, or a certain couple days out of each month, and we'll just talk about all the stuff that's been going on. Which I ain't gonna lie, on Late Night Vibes, we discuss current topics and random topics every Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday. But it's always something that we can all expound on and have our own opinions and have our own ideas about it and give different perspectives. And I think this would be healthy for us. For real, for real.
Jay should have been given a tutorial on how he starches his shirts. Though.
Man, they know already.
Time you need to starch your pants.
We already know we all was locked up together.
Yeah. Hey, they know.
He probably doing the pants right now. That's why we ain't seen him. He did the shirts first.
And you need to know that.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You do the shirts first so you don't get no marks on the shirt in case you get a burn mark or something.
Come on now.
Yeah, I feel you. He in there getting it in.
Oh yeah, I got to, man. I gotta be
so sick. While you eating a bowl of Cheerios with no sugar on them, what expound on that thing about Elon Musk that you was talking about?
Yeah, we want to know what you were
Oh,
talking
shouts out
about.
to Brandon. Brandon brought me a custom brownie. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Y'all penitentiary niggas know about these, the cosmic brownies. I got the big one. We supposed to crack these hoes open. I'm ready to snack. But yeah,
damn, everybody busting out food.
Got to.
Yeah, touch on the Elon Musk thing, man. Because I'm interested.
I want to hear some.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing to get into.
I'll be watching. I'll be trying to.
And the statement was, Elon Musk is one of the worst of them. That was what you said. So go.
Worst of who?
I said he might be the worst of all of them.
Okay.
Mike.
All right. So now in put it in the air podcast. Now we need to add the replay button. I got a little stream deck over here if I need to run that. And we can rewind shit back.
Yeah.
Because my man went technical on adverbs with me in this.
Yeah. You know he intelligent. That dude. This is a public speaker, so when he say something wrong the first time, if he want to articulate it different the second time, he got a way to wiggle. You feel me?
Yeah.
All right, listen.
The wiggler.
The wiggler.
Now look,
Tate spoke on though was to watch what words you say when you say them.
Facts.
Because they will be in question later. Whatever you say.
now I just want y'all to know. The reason why I say Elon Musk might be the worst of them all.
Of all who?
The worst of all what?
Damn, your
The
head.
elites.
Okay.
Right? And the reason being is because the business that he's in is what? Electric vehicles, right?
One of them.
One of them, yeah. He into a lot of shit.
Well, that electric vehicle business is the cash flow that makes everything else go. Let's just say, let's be real with that.
What about his space?
Government contracts?
Yeah.
He built
SpaceX.
He built SpaceX with Tesla money. He bought Twitter with Tesla money. Let's be clear. Right? One of the largest capitalized companies in the known world. He's absolutely getting his money from Tesla. Now,
Shout out to Dogecoin going up in the past 3 days.
Oh yeah, to the moon, man.
Yeah, nah, for real. I done made a little money, a little change off of that.
All right, man. I'm gonna need a text message next time. But anyway,
my bad.
so the
You
thing
right.
is this: is that the business that Elon Musk is in the electric car business. And in the electric car business, those cars don't go anywhere without those daggone batteries.
Them chips.
And boy, let me tell you something. Do you know where they get the stuff for those batteries at, sir?
Yes.
Not
They
in
get
the
them in the
US.
places. They get them in the places
Lithium
where
mines.
black people is at.
Yeah.
Which means
But-
more of the same. Why? Let me say this. Now, where is Elon Musk from? Ain't Elon Musk from South Africa?
Yeah, he's an African American.
Now, what is South Africa built on?
Hold on. How is he an African American? He's an African
In America.
In America.
in
Yes.
America.
Yeah.
He is an African American. He is an African American. Yes. He's not a foundational
Technicality.
black American.
No.
That's why we have to make our distinction as foundational black Americans.
I keep telling people, y'all think African Americans.
Americans.
Or niggas.
Americans.
We
You
are
were
black.
born here.
Why we
We are
can't be
black.
niggas?
People have always claimed where they're born at.
African American,
But not
I feel
to
like
be
is a
American.
racist term.
Right. But now
I
let's
think
talk
so
about this.
too.
Now let's talk about it. It says it contains 25 pounds of lithium. Hold on.
How much soil is removed to get that much?
But I'm saying they ain't energizing been capitalizing off lithium for 1,000 years.
Don't say that, sir.
I'm just saying they've been
Don't say
capitalizing
that,
off
sir.
lithium
He said, "I
forever.
need facts. Don't be talking this.
No.
Don't say
This
that,
1,000
sir.
years.
Battery
BS.
Maybe the 70s.
No. I wasn't saying literally
The
1,000 years.
typical
But I'm just saying for
electric
like
car
many years.
battery
That's like
has
50 years, right?
Yeah.
the typical electric car battery has 25 pounds of lithium, 60 pounds of nickel, 44 pounds of magnesium, 30 pounds of cobalt, 200 pounds of copper, and 400 pounds of aluminum, steel, and plastic.
Now, why do I need to know this?
The first 4 ingredients are from limited sources and will continue to rise in cost.
Got you.
So now, when we understand the reason why Black and African people are still poor all over the world, it is because of a man by the name of Cecil Rhodes, largely. And Cecil Rhodes went to a place in South Africa, and Cecil Rhodes created what was known as the Big Hole of Kimberley. Have y'all ever seen the Big Hole of Kimberley before?
No, sir.
Well, let me share my screen right quick just because I want everybody to know what the Big Hole of Kimberley looks like. And the Big Hole of Kimberley is this one I'm sharing on my screen here. See this hole right here. We see the images of it.
Don't be showing us your search history.
Don't that look beautiful right there?
Where is that at?
That is in South Africa. Isn't that a
Okay.
beautiful hole? Look at that. That's beautiful, right?
Pause.
How large?
I don't know.
Pause.
It's a decent hole.
Pause.
It's a decent hole.
It don't look deep.
Pause.
How deep is it?
Pause.
What's wrong with y'all? It's late, y'all. It's late.
All right, so you're looking at biggest holes. Let's look at deepest holes. It's in
All right,
Russia.
well, no.
The
Well, here's the
deepest.
thing, though. No, sir. No, sir. This is the largest man-made hole in the history of the world.
How
It's
large?
man-made. Okay, that's context.
Big Hole of Kimberley is considered for one of the deepest cavities excavated by man with a depth of 200 meters square.
All right.
Next to the Big Hole of Kimberley
Is that-
is the Mine Museum and the first ever discovery of diamonds in Africa.
So that don't say it's the biggest. It says one of the biggest. One of the deepest.
Man-made
But
excavated.
it's just man-made.
But even if it's man-made, it's still just one of the deepest. It's not the deepest.
Okay, where are we going with this again?
You
Right,
said it
so
was the deepest. I was just being
Shut
clear.
up. Shut
All right.
up.
So why'd they
I'm
dig that
sorry.
hole?
I'm sorry.
right.
Can we get the point? I'm
Would they
ready.
take it? Would they take out the hole?
I think Big 8 wants to drag us out into the minutia of biggest or smallest or whatever.
I was just you got to say
But
things
now-
clearly, man.
Now, here's the thing, is that so when you look at the big hole of Kimberly, you have to understand there was a man by the name of Cecil Rhodes, and he was the man who was responsible for actually creating what was known as that big hole right there. He is the man who weaponized that hole, or should I say
Okay.
mechanized it, right? Meaning when he got there, men were using just crude instruments. They were beating away at the hole until he then went back to England. He was enamored with mining. He wanted to be involved in mining. This is in the 1870s. 1871
So he's like
is
a
when that hole
DuPont
started.
family. He's like part of the Rothschilds. Like he's
Well, Cecil Rhodes was funded by Lord Rothschild
yeah.
in 1874. In 1874, as you can see, he was born in 53. That means Rothschild. That means Cecil Rhodes. Cecil Rhodes was only 21 years old when he got in business with the Rothschilds, right? And when you look at how the government, again, he is the only European in the history of the world, in history of the British Empire, to ever have a whole country named after him, Rhodesia. He's the only Brit to ever have that honor or distinction. Modern day Zimbabwe used to be Rhodesia. And so essentially, Cecil Rhodes set up this entire mining industry in South Africa. It's the reason why they had apartheid. You would have never had a Nelson Mandela or any of those, kind of the civil rights part 2 in Africa. All of that was created because once they discovered those mines at Kimberley, that's when they created the laws. They were like, oh, no niggas. We found diamonds.
It was a diamond mine.
They wasn't making no laws to keep black people out of shit until they mined them goddamn diamonds. As soon as they seen them diamonds, they was like, oh, we need to have a system based on race around this motherfucker.
And this makes Elon Musk the worst one because of what?
And here's the thing, is that when you look and you see, well, what did Elon Musk's parents do? Huh?
So you're saying they were diamond miners, or they ran
Well,
a
see,
mining
They were
company?
jewel.
What did
They were
do?
jewel miners or jewel cells. Like
I mean, to
do
me,
know something about
what I
that.
took from what you said is that these people found something to capitalize off of and block certain. But who in the history of taking over anything ain't did that?
But his parents didn't
Right.
give him the $250 billion. Like,
well,
he made
the
it.
point I'm making is this.
So where does
It's
his
called-
supplies come from? So we know
Well,
it comes out of Africa, but who is supplying them to him?
Well, the point is this. The point is that the size of these batteries, I just read off all of the ingredients of a battery, right? And so when you say, what does his supply come from? If you heard all of the supplies that is in the battery, they don't all come from one place, but they all come from Africa. Is that clear?
But I'm saying,
Cobalt-
who's manufacturing? Who's digging it out? Are the Chinese
Hold on.
companies? Are they British companies? Are they white South African companies? Are they Indian companies? Who are the
to some
companies?
degree,
He doesn't go out there and dig it.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? Like
Understood.
Tesla's not out there digging it up.
Right. And so
Man, he
You gotta
cut
go
the
back
lights
to where
off.
the
It's
money
night
came
time and shit. It's old man night time.
well, the thing is that what you got is you got an old system where you have an old mining oligarchy.
Yeah.
The De Beers, Oppenheimers, what we call the ANC and the party of Nelson Mandela.
Mhm.
The Oppenheimers have been controlling the African National Congress since its very beginning. Meaning, these are the miners. These are the people who created all this great wealth out of this place called South Africa.
Yep.
And so what I'm saying is that unfortunately the business model that Elon Musk has, if we look at history says that African people are going to be the labor. History says that they're going to have a maldistribution of wealth. History says that there's going to be violence that's going to be heaped upon African people in the establishment of this capitalist empire. And history says that there's not going to be equity for African people. And history says this because, again, we don't have the weapons for war in order to protect those countries over there, largely because socialism has had an impact on destroying not just black people in America, but it destroyed African people in Africa. You can start with Patrice Lumumba, who was murdered and killed himself, you know what I'm saying, by his affiliation with the socialists. We can talk about Maurice Bishop, the prime minister of Grenada, same thing with him. So, you know, we have a very clear history of how mining negatively impacts the quality of life for black people because of the system of white supremacy and because of Zionism. So the prospects for black people going forward with if the status quo remains what it is and the condition of black people is what it is today, and we follow these mandates to say that states like California are going to outlaw a certain number of combustion vehicles, hyping up a government mandated demand, just like all the people they mandated the vaccines to. We saw how many people lost their damn jobs that they still ain't employed people back to. So when they mandate electric cars, what that's going to literally it's going to mandate and give an excuse or justification for the further colonization and brutalization of black people. That's just a fucking fact. So not saying that Elon Musk got to be the boogeyman or the monster. I'm just saying, again, I just implore people to understand micro and macroeconomics, because when you do, there's just no configuration and no mathematical equation whereby which under the current order that we as a race of people from a continent called Africa, where these resources come from, the way things are, the current world order that is established today, it's all going to be built on top of our necks.
So my question is, because you said Elon Musk might be one of the worst ones, are you saying that because he's capitalized on a system that was already in place, or that he is furthering a system that was already in place? Because he definitely didn't create the system. The system was already doing this before Elon Musk was born. So why does this make you feel this way about Elon Musk? Or is this just how you feel about everybody that capitalized off this situation?
Well, I'll give you a great example. I know pedophilia didn't start yesterday, but I know if I meet a pedophile tomorrow, I'm not going to have any better words for him than I had for the first pedophile they had. They will all be pedophiles to me.
Yeah.
Okay. So in that case, just dealing with America alone, you might almost exile and say all of these people are the worst too, because all they do is capitalize off a different type of system, but it's just capitalizing off a system. So you blame him for capitalizing off the system? Is that why you say he's one of the worst ones? Because I ain't gonna lie, if that's what you basing it off of, it's a lot of worse ones.
Well, he's the richest man on the planet, so I think he was in his own class, number one.
Maybe singular person, but there is money around the world, especially.
I ain't gonna lie. They said they showed it.
Like there is money that is unimaginable how much money there is.
Singularly, they don't say the Musk family. When they talk about Walmart money, they say the Walmart family. When they talk about LMVH, they talk about the family. When they talk about the Windsors, the Windsor family. When they talk about the Rothschild family. When they talk about the Ford family. When they talk about the DuPont family. When they talk about Elon Musk, they talk about his motherfucking bank account.
Yeah.
So I think we have to consider he has a family and generational amount of wealth that resides within not only one generation, but one man.
But right? To believe in the world, he is the richest.
Right. So
yeah, they got it documented.
Sole individual, absolutely.
They got it documented.
And so I just say again, I think when we say the worst, I think people think it's not about his personality. It's not about whether he's nice or not nice.
It's what he stands for and what the message that he's pushing.
The economics have been, people look at the treatment of black people, and I think this is what's happened with Black Lives Matter, this hyper focus on police brutality. We see racism as being as if black people have to bleed for racism to exist. We don't understand this thing called structural violence. And structural violence is what causes the society to be stratified the way that it is today, to where the majority of your crimes are being committed by a very small segment of people in America. We got black men, 7-8% of the population were committing an outsized portion of the crimes. When you tell black people that, they'll tell you that you're racist for saying that.
Facts.
So we're not going to have a conversation about how to actually fix the culture if when you tell people what their culture produces, you know what I'm saying, they're going to fight you at that point. And so it's no different than when we look at Elon Musk. Elon Musk is unfortunately the arbiter of an economic system that is dependent upon a system of battery making as it stands today that is exponentially far worse than any of the mining. Like they was mining and killing to mine a little bitty carat of diamonds. One battery, did you read? It's over a ton of shit to make one fucking battery.
For one car that isn't gonna last.
So what about people that was making batteries before Tesla? You wouldn't call them equal or worse?
You gotta understand the skill
Well,
of
look
the
at the
battery.
number of cars
What
that
about the
Elon
multitude
Musk
of
is selling. Elon Musk
smaller
in 1 year,
batteries.
in 1 year, Elon Musk has outsold all the
Different
electric
size.
vehicles that ever been sold by everybody else ever. Like in 1 year of sales, Elon Musk outsells the history of electric vehicles before him.
Yeah, of cars.
We're talking a very small imprint.
But we're talking about a part of the car. So
But it's not literal to. We will never be able to have everybody as an electric car with the style of batteries we have now. Technology is not there, so it's just wasting the materials that are available now.
well, question. You said you're talking about the multitude of electric cars that he's producing to the industry. But what about the multitude of batteries? Like, I understand what you're saying, and I'm not against what you're saying. But do you know how many Duracell batteries get sold a year and have been sold a year for a very long time?
And a lot just thrown away.
And a lot of them just thrown away.
Well, here's the thing, though. The carbon footprint we're talking, it would be an entire 18-wheelers amount of shipping of batteries would be half a battery for one car.
Considering how many resources is needed to make the battery. Okay.
What I'm saying is, if we
I
thought
would like
it was
to do that
harmful,
comparison, though. That's a good question.
If we thought it was harmful before, when we look at the sheer volume, imagine a car lot, and every car on there is 1,800 pounds to 3,500 pounds worth of raw materials. Each car. It is an insane amount.
And then you're plugging
raw
it in.
materials.
Where does your power come from? Where you're at? What type of power plant?
Right.
So, okay, I feel what you're saying, but from another perspective, let's talk about the environment. How much safer? Because a lot of talks that's been had is how much time we got left on the planet. They trying to calculate how long would it take for us to destroy and run through the resources that we're able to keep producing and keep having and stuff like that. So
I mean, they had to make the same decision when they thought about using fossil fuels.
Facts, the ethanol shit. So I'm saying with the effect that gas vehicles have had on the ozone layer and the type of stuff that they've been doing as far as going out of space, I guess that would be his SpaceX thing or NASA or whoever you want to think about. So you might say for the preservation of the black people in South Africa who are over there working for these resources and maybe getting paid minimal or being excluded from the benefits of being paid what they should be paid for these resources.
Or even paid. Slavery's still a thing.
Yeah, slavery
is not over, and it hasn't ever been over
around
the world. And Africa still has a problem with it. You don't know that anybody gets paid for it.
So I'm just thinking for the sake of saving the ozone layer and switching to electric cars, which evil do you go with? Do you save the planet or do you focus on a culture of people that were already in a system before you got in it? So do we damn him for incorporating the system that they got going over there with producing these materials? Or do we praise him for saving the planet?
Not everybody's version. I say it like this: the first version of the wheel was not the most efficient.
Facts.
Yeah.
So
innovation is key.
Absolutely, this is something that's going to develop. We are not only as smart as we were yesterday. We're smarter. We're smarter every minute, every second we decide to learn and teach ourselves something. Scientists and engineers are not stopping. So this is just the beginning. I think that you gotta let things curate. Now, as far as what he's doing to harm, as far as what he's representing by doing something. Hey, mute your microphone.
My bad.
It's not muted, though. He done went to the other room.
Like, man.
Yeah. But yeah.
Not even you. Sick at the same time. They was both blowing their nose. They was both blowing their nose same fucking time.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, see, that was 8. That wasn't me.
That was you.
Yeah. You got acid reflux.
Man, listen, man.
Oh man.
He don't got acid reflux. You heard what he said. He got acid reflex.
Nah, you just heard it like that because it was so hard.
Listen, he got acid reflex.
Look.
Yeah,
Look.
and you
better quit eating and laying down right after you eat.
Hey, and Russell Simmons didn't make a lot of black millionaires. So you're right. We can do that. But listen, yeah,
he made a lot of Jewish millionaires. I'll tell you that.
He made Jewish billionaires, but he made black millionaires.
I'll tell you that.
A lot of them. A lot of them. He didn't give niggas Chicken Shack jobs and had them producing noodles. He made niggas million and billionaires.
Welcome to the Put It in the Air podcast. We've been here for 4 hours, 6 minutes.
Man, I'm chopping the shit up out this video. I'm chopping the shit up out this video. I'm gonna leave the full shit on the channel, but I'm chopping this motherfucker up. We had some moments, for real. But I don't think nobody in this motherfucker but us. So we need to go. I'm going to bed.
Look, man.
Yes, sir.
I love y'all.
Good talking to you.
Absolutely.
Hey, listen, man. I love y'all, man. We're gonna set up when we're gonna do this thing and just call it Great Minds. I can get
I felt like we just needed to see it happen first, right?
Why my headphones look like your logo?
It just be like that sometimes. You feel me? Like when divine intervention happens, you just gotta understand and just love it. You know what I'm saying?
Now both of y'all, I'm really going to bed now. All right, y'all.
Yeah, with that little silver ass chain on. Get your ass up off here.
Silver, hey, Silver. Come on, man.
Good night, man. I love y'all, man. Shots out and Put It in the Air podcast. Follow my boy producer Jay. Follow my boy King Sick. Of course, follow Brandon. He always in the mix. You know what I'm saying? Yes, Birthday bash November 27th at Ziggy's. Make sure y'all in the building. King Sick, you got an event. What was it? November 22nd?
November the 12th.
The 12th.
At the Enoch Davis on the south side of St. Petersburg on 18th Street South.
For sure. We're going to try to have footage from all that. You know what I'm saying?
Man,
Deuce, what you got up?
Man, I got an event the same day. We're doing a streetwear fashion show out here in Dallas. It's going to sell out. It always sells out. Make sure you're there. South side, at the South Side building.
Take your strap, nigga.
Hey, man. Hey, you know what the crazy thing is? This place is right across the street from the big Dallas Police Department. So if we got any issues, send them.
Over by Riverside?
Shit, don't say send them.
Show up.
Don't say send them, my nigga.
I didn't say send them there. I said send whoever is acting up over there.
That's right.
You know, hey, man, we Put It in the Air podcast signing off, man. Hey, I appreciate everybody tuning in. For all the new subscribers, we should appreciate y'all too, man. We about this thing. Peace. Rip Jones, in this bitch. I let my boys put it in the air, man.